Chapter 1206. Half a day later, Suyu took a breath and said, "There are many strong demon kings who come to seek refuge with the agile demon master. Are many of them your former colleagues?" Qian-jun looked at Suyu seriously and said with admiration, "My lord, you are really amazing. Among these visitors, many of them are from the carefree demon city. It seems that those demon kings who survived the destruction of the demon city all chose to seek refuge in the agile demon city." Suyu nodded slowly. His eyes were filled with some thoughts. The demon kings who come here are most likely here to seek refuge. As visiting guests, I'm afraid it will be more difficult for us to meet the agile demon master even though she is busy, let alone talk to her. Suyu was not only here to visit, but also to inquire about the exit of the realm of demons. If it was impossible, he would have to give up the visit and go to the imperial city of the realm of demons first. At least, he had confirmed that there was a woman named Princess Yunxia in the realm of demons, who was the wife of the demon emperor. Whether she was the person Tian Jizi was looking for, he would find out soon. While they were observing the mansion, a woman and two men walked down from the restaurant on the next floor. The woman was cold and elegant with an extraordinary temperament. It seemed that she had a high status. The two handsome men stood on the left and right of the woman calmly. As soon as the three of them appeared, all the customers on this floor of the restaurant went silent and didn't dare make a ruckus. The gazes they shot at the three of them carried uncontrollable fear. Especially when their gazes descended onto the woman, all of them even sat upright and still, not daring to make a ruckus. The three of them went straight downstairs. When the woman glanced at Suyu and the other two, she frowned slightly and said, "You three have been watching the agile demon master for a long time, right?" Hearing this, Qian-jun was shocked. Were they noticed? To avoid misunderstanding, Qian-jun said hurriedly, "My lord, we also came to visit the agile demon master. Because the demon master has many visitors, we just observed in the inn." Although he didn't know who the woman and the two young men were, he had to be careful when dealing with the three strong demon kings. The reason was reasonable. The agile demon master was really busy. If you want to pay a visit, then pay a visit. Don't be so sneaky anymore. Recently, the demon city has been filled with crooks and honest folk. If you get caught as a suspicious person, don't blame others. The woman shouted with dissatisfaction. As she spoke, she caught a glimpse of the snow-white little beast beneath Suyu's feet, and a trace of surprise flashed across her eyes. However, this glimmer of light was quickly concealed, and he retracted his gaze as if nothing had happened. Hee. A few demon kings were scared out of their wits by the giant of the bitter sea. Now that they've lost their master, it's understandable that they're on guard. "Miss Feiran, please don't ruin our mood," the dark-skinned young man on the left said with a smile. On the other side, the pale-faced youth also smiled and nodded. Two men accompanied the lady named Fei Ran downstairs. After walking to a place with no one around, the woman suddenly stopped and said, "The two of you, think of a way to detain the three of them." The two men were slightly startled. They had obviously just let Suyu and his companions off, so why did they want to capture them now? That spirit pet of the silver-haired little devil clan looks vaguely familiar. I don't know if my guess is correct. I need to seize that little beast to confirm it. Special. The two men didn't pay much attention to the snow-white little beast. "Miss, why didn't you seize it directly just now? I don't think anyone dares to interfere with your identity, right?" The woman said, "No. If my guess is correct, that little beast is too amazing, so it's not a good time to fight for it on the spot. Just capture the little beast and hand it over to me. As for the rest of them, kill them if you can. If you can't kill them, seal their mouths. Don't let Lady Agile know about this." "Yes, miss." In the restaurant, Suyu touched the head of the snow-white little beast and said with a sigh, "Puppy, you haven't made any contribution to this city. Instead, you've brought trouble to me. I don't think I should stay in this demonic city any longer." How could Suyu not notice the meaningful glance of that woman just now? However, Suyu didn't expect that the snow-white little beast had another identity. He just assumed that the woman had taken a fancy to the rare puppy. That woman's identity was extraordinary. Although Suyu was not afraid of anyone in this demonic city, And he didn't need to be afraid of the demon master, he didn't want to cause any trouble. Let's go to the imperial capital directly. The imperial capital? The little white beast shook its ears and continued to gnaw on the bone silently. It snorted discontentedly. It seemed like it was protesting against Su Yu's framing of it. Qian Jun was a bit serious. He also felt that the woman was not easy to deal with. It was better to leave as soon as possible. As for Su Yu's plan to go to the imperial capital, Qian Jun was surprised. However, where else could he go in such a big world? Naturally, he was willing to follow Su Yu. The three of them and the puppy quickly arrived at the transportation portal of the demonic city, which could be transmitted to another demonic city. However, when they arrived, the teleportation formation was temporarily sealed. Heh, it seems that we are too late, Su Yu said calmly. If that woman knew that the man in front of her was the man who destroyed the world of divine remains, would she still have the courage to stop him? Swish, 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 swish. As soon as he finished speaking, a group of uniformed guards flew over. All of them had the cultivation of mortal fairy. The two men in the lead were the two men that he had seen in the restaurant before. They were two Demon King level powerhouses. Qian Jun's heart sank. Two Demon Kings. How could they be a match for him? Qian Jun forced himself to calm down, cupped his fists and said, "Are you the law enforcers of the Demon City? I'm Qian Jun, the patrol envoy of Carefree Demon City. May I know who you are?" "Kai. Who cares where you come from? We suspect that the three of you are plotting against the Agile Mansion. Come back with us to cooperate with the investigation." The two leading Demon Kings naturally emitted the aura of a peak mortal fairy. Qian Jun was inwardly angry. Observing the mansion was considered a plot. There were many outsiders observing in the restaurant. "Your Excellencies, this is my ID token. Please check it. I'm not a criminal." Qian Jun handed over his ID token. The Demon King, whose face was slightly darker, grabbed the token and sized it up indifferently. Then, he clenched his fist and crushed the token. He sneered at Qian Jun, "You're just a dog in water. Do you think you're the patrol envoy? Wake up. Your Carefree Demon Master is gone. Here, you are nothing. Arrest him." The pale-faced youth, who had not spoken since the beginning, waved his hand. Whoosh! The law enforcers behind Qian Jun surrounded him with strong killing intent. "Surrender now. If you dare to resist, we have the right to kill you first and report to you later," the Dark Demon King ordered coldly as he stared at the little beast. Now, only they could take away the little white beast demanded by Miss Feiran in the transportation room without anyone knowing. Qian Jun was quite anxious. If he resisted, he would be killed. However, if he didn't resist, he might not have a good ending. Although he was hesitating, the law enforcers didn't show any mercy. They took out their chains and jumped at Qian Jun. Heh. I don't want to make trouble. In your eyes, I am afraid of trouble, Su Yu said. Then, the law enforcers who jumped at Qian Jun were knocked away by several golden lights. They started to resist. The two Demon Kings were not angry. Instead, they were delighted. The Dark Demon King said with a cruel smile, "This is what we've been waiting for. Law enforcers, listen to my order. The murderer who injured the law enforcers should be killed." While his voice was still echoing in the air, he attacked with a hideous smile. His amazing mortal fairy's strength pierced through the void directly toward Su Yu's chest. The next moment, his hideous smile stopped abruptly. A golden palm penetrated his body from the front to the back. Then, the Demon King's body was broken into pieces by the palm. Ah! Along with a scream, the Dark Demon King's soul escaped in fear. Then, he turned around and tried to escape to the other Demon King. But before he could take 2 steps, a golden arrow shot towards him and pierced through his soul on the spot, not even leaving behind a single residue. In just a few seconds, a Demon King was killed. Not only did the remaining Demon King enforcer and the rest of the enforcers gasp, even Qian Jun gasped in shock. Su Yu was quite powerful. 2 stage 3 mortal fairies were killed by him easily. However, Qian Jun didn't expect a dignified Demon King would be killed by Su Yu in an instant. Su Yu's swift and fierce attack was quite terrifying. Swish. Suyu took back the celestial destroying arrow and wiped the blood off it calmly. The law enforcers didn't dare to move at all. Instead, they stared at Suyu without blinking. They knew Suyu could kill them easily. Therefore, none of them dared to move. Even the other demon king felt a chill run down his spine. He looked at Suyu in horror, his heart thumping wildly. Until Suyu said leisurely, "Tell that woman not to do this again, otherwise, even the demon master can't protect her." After saying that, he walked out of the teleportation room and left the demonic city in front of the law enforcers leisurely. After a long time, the law enforcers recovered from their nightmare. "Lord Demon King, what should we do?" The white-faced Demon King said, "Of course, we should report this to Miss Feyran immediately. This man is too powerful." In a great hall, the cold-looking woman, who was waiting for the little beast patiently, received a message that made her face turn cold. Bang! The woman slapped the table angrily. "How dare you? How dare he threaten me? Otherwise, even the demon master can't protect me." Such a blatant threat touched her bottom line. "No one in the territory of the agile demon master dares to threaten me like this." The white-faced demon king said, "Miss Feyran, please calm down. This man's strength is unfathomable. Also, he has powerful treasures. I'm afraid few demon kings can defeat him." The cold-looking woman's expression changed several times. Finally, she said resolutely, "The little beast is too important for my future. I must get it. If I can't kill a demon king, I will kill a prospective deity. It's time for those assassins sent by the sixth princess to do something." Hearing that, the white-faced demon king looked around cautiously. If they attacked that man, no matter how powerful he was, he couldn't escape death. Chapter 1207. Outside the demon city, Qian Jun was anxious on his flying demonic artifact. Suyu had killed a demon king, so how could the woman, who had been threatened by him, let go? They would definitely send experts to seek revenge. Weren't they courting death by walking so slowly? After all, Suyu could easily kill a demon king, but what about 10 or 100? Recently, the Agile Devil City had no lack of Devil King experts from all over the world. Suyu had a leisurely look on his face as he quietly cultivated the tree god's legacy. Most of her legacy came from the lineage of the ancient bronze tree. Not all of it could be used by Suyu. However, the divine path could be of great help to Suyu, and it was of great help to him in comprehending his own divine path. Now, Suyu's divine path had reached the peak pure divine decree, and the next step would be the void transformation divine decree. The void transformation divine intent was the divine way. Now, Suyu only had the qualifications of a prospective deity, but his cultivation and divine decree were far from reaching the level of matching. The inherited divine path of the tree god was extremely beneficial for Suyu to comprehend his own divine decree. After all, apart from the tree god, how many other deities would be willing to give their divine paths to Suyu without reservation? Suyu comprehended it eagerly and silently, verifying it with his own divine decree and constantly perfecting it. 5 days later, they arrived at the border of the demon city. Up ahead was another demon master's city. Qian Jun, who had been on tenterhooks along the way, heaved a sigh of relief. Finally, his journey was safe. The other party did not chase after him, which was beyond his expectations. "My lord, we'll enter the territory of the Aurora Demon Lord in front of us. We'll be safer there," Qian Jun said with a smile as he let down his guard. Suyu's eyes were still closed, and he calmly said, "Safe? I don't think so. The 2 prospective gods behind me have been following me for so long. I'm afraid they chose to make their move here." Qian Jun was stunned. 2 prospective gods. A prospective deity was at least at the level of a demon master. However, there was only one demon master in a territory. Could it be that the agile demon master had invited a demon master friend to come with her? Just as he was wondering if Suyu had said something stupid, 2 whiffs of chilling aura silently shrouded them from all directions, blocking their way. "Oh, they actually sensed our presence. How surprising." Sure, 2 prospective gods with weak divine powers descended on the scene. One of them was dressed in beast skin and had a sturdy and powerful physique. The other was dressed in a long black robe. His entire body was covered, and even his face was hidden in the shadows. The one who spoke was the youth in beast skin. He licked his lips coldly as he swept his gaze over the crowd. When his gaze fell upon the snow-white little beast beneath Suyu's feet, fear appeared in his eyes for a moment. It was no wonder that Feiran dared to ask them for help. I heard that you're only at the all-creation realm, but you could kill a demon king at the peak of the mortal fairy realm? The youth in beast skin sized Suyu up with interest. I like people with extraordinary talents the most, so I have decided to show mercy to you. Qian Jun and Shaw were scared out of their wits. And it was two demon masters. He wasn't a demon king powerhouse as he had imagined, but a true demon lord. How could they possibly be a match for the demon lord? He wouldn't even be able to withstand a single finger from the other party, right? Hearing that they had the intention to show mercy, his heart thumped wildly. As expected, to the demon lord, their lives were nothing more than ants. If he was in a good mood, he could let them go. What do you mean by showing mercy? Suyu opened his eyes as a sinister smile appeared on his face. The youth in beast skin said with a smile, "Let me send you to hell." Qian Jun and Shaw-Er's hearts sank immediately. They were still going to kill them. How could this be called showing mercy? Believe me, that woman wanted this man beside me to attack you. If he attacked you, you would be better off dead than alive. Qian Jun and Shaw-Er glanced at the prospective deity who was hiding in the black robe. Although they didn't see his face, they were quite afraid of him. Since you don't want to answer my question, I will take it that you agree with me. The youth in beast skin laughed as a strand of feeble divine energy appeared in his body. Although it was feeble, it was divine energy. No matter how powerful a demon king was, it was the strength of a mortal fairy. There was an immeasurable gap between the strength of a mortal fairy and a mortal fairy. As long as a strand of divine energy attacked them, the three of them would be killed. Even their souls wouldn't be able to escape. Qian Jun put his daughter behind his back with a wry smile and gave up resisting. In front of a prospective deity, there was no point in resisting. Qian Jun slowly closed his eyes as he felt the terrifying divine power descending upon him. However, after a few seconds, he didn't feel the pain of destruction that he had imagined. Instead, a peaceful power of the five elements protected him and his daughter. Qian Jun couldn't help but gasp when he opened his eyes. A piece of five-colored divine light appeared in front of Suyu, which was filled with the powerful strength of five elements. Then, it enveloped them. After the destructive divine energy penetrated the five-colored divine light, it stopped moving and was less than 5 feet away from Suyu as if it was frozen. However, Suyu didn't stand up from the beginning. He was still sitting with his legs crossed. The smile on the face of the youth in beast skin fell suddenly. What a powerful suppression force. Even the divine energy can be suppressed by you. Do you have a high-grade demonic artifact? His face became more serious. There were only a few high-grade demonic artifacts in the realm of demons. Who is this man? The youth in beast skin was shocked and had a bad feeling. Suyu waved his sleeves to withdraw the five-colored divine light. Then, the divine energy that was suppressed by the divine light was reflected back. The youth in beast skin changed his expression slightly. Then, he dissolved the divine energy that he had shot out. Staring at Suyu, he asked seriously, "Who are you?" Qian Jun and Shaw-Er also wanted to ask the same question. Finally, they realized Suyu was not a traveler of the Jingxian realm. He was a powerful demon who was hiding his identity. "I don't want to kill you. Please don't be so aggressive." Suyu stood up from the demonic artifact calmly and waved his sleeves. The look in the eyes of the youth in beast skin changed again and again. To be honest, he didn't want to fight with such a mysterious man who probably had a demonic artifact. However, when he looked at the little white beast under Suyu's feet, he made up his mind. "I can let you go, but you must leave that little beast here," the youth in beast skin shouted. Suyu still looked calm. However, a layer of invisible killing intent appeared in his eyes. Then, he said calmly, "I think you misunderstood me." After saying that, an enormous mass of five-colored divine light rose up from Suyu's back and covered the head of the youth in beast skin instantly. The extreme suppressive force contained in the strength of the five-colored divine light started to suppress the youth in beast skin. The youth in beast skin didn't dare to be careless. He activated his divine path and created a giant blood-red fire lion in an attempt to resist the strength of the five-colored divine light. Unfortunately, with a puff, the fire lion was suppressed into a small ball of flame. The youth in beast skin was totally shocked. He couldn't even move a bit because of the suppression. What kind of high-grade demonic artifact is this? The youth in beast skin was totally shocked. He had seen a high-grade demonic artifact more than once. However, the power of the demonic artifact in front of him was far less than this one. As a prospective deity, this demonic artifact could suppress him easily without any resistance. Suyu stared at him coldly. I let you go because I don't have any grudge against you. Since you insist on seeking death, don't blame me. At this moment, the youth in beast skin finally understood what Suyu meant. Suyu didn't want to leave. He was going to let them go. Wait. You'd better think about it. Do you know what it means to attack a demon master? By the way, I am from the Jingxian realm. Who can protect you if you annoy the sixth princess of the realm master? The youth in beast skin said hurriedly. Meanwhile, he was accumulating his divine strength secretly. He was going to escape or kill Suyu when Suyu was not prepared. At this critical moment, he revealed the identity of the sixth princess. Nobody in the realm of demons dared to provoke her except those outlaws. Unfortunately, Suyu was indeed a desperado from the Xing River. The sixth princess? What a coincidence. I fought with her not long ago. She is the reason why I am in this situation. If you didn't tell me who you are, I might have mercy on you. What a pity. After saying that, a long spear of evil fatal energy shot out from Suyu's palm abruptly. It penetrated the youth in beast skin and destroyed his body and soul. Only a golden celestial energy sphere was left. Qian Jun and Sho were dumbfounded when Suyu put it into his pocket. As a prospective deity, his celestial energy sphere was taken away by someone. Qian Jun and Qian Jun couldn't believe what they had just seen. What shocked them even more was Suyu's word. He had fought with the sixth princess before. To be able to fight with the sixth princess, the powerful sixth princess, and survive, who was this sacred person? The little white beast rolled its pitch-black eyes and stared at Suyu. It was full of astonishment and thought deeply about it. Qian Jun, Sho and the little white beast were shocked by Suyu's identity. However, right at that moment, Suyu was suddenly alarmed, and he shouted in a low voice, "Be careful. Protect your mind." He looked up anxiously and found the black-robed prospective deity had disappeared. Even his scent had been erased. However, a rather dangerous aura was slowly approaching. Suddenly, Suyu felt a sharp pain in his soul. Then, he knew it was a soul attack. So, he reminded Qian Jun and Sho immediately. Qian Jun reacted in time and could resist the soul attack. However, Sho was too young and weak-willed. She relaxed her guard when she felt the sharp pain in her soul. After a miserable groan, Sho-er's eyes turned white. Then, she lost her consciousness and was controlled by another consciousness. Qian Jun was anxious. When he was about to stop her, Suyu stopped him. Protect your mind. Don't be tricked. Controlling Sho-er was not the real purpose of this man. He just wanted to make them anxious. Then, he could control them by taking advantage of their weakness. Hearing Suyu's reminder, Qian Jun forced himself to calm down and protect his mind. Ha ha ha. Do you think you can resist the mind control demon master by protecting your mind? A voice came out from their minds. Hearing that, Qian Jun was shocked. Mind control demon master. There were so many demon masters in the realm of demons that even Qian Jun didn't know all of them. Chapter 1208. My lord, the situation is not good. It is the mind control demon master. He is one of the top 10 demon masters in the early stage. Even a mid-stage prospective deity could withstand 3 moves and not be defeated. His divine path of manipulating people's minds was superb and extremely tricky. There are very few people in the same generation who are willing to fight him. There was one thing that Qian Jun didn't mention. It was rumored that the mind control demon master's divine Tao was extremely terrifying. It could continuously dig out the deepest secrets of people's hearts. Especially those painful memories. It could be magnified 10 times or even 100 times. Many people died not because of physical injuries, but because of the immense pain, which led to the shattering of their souls. As soon as he finished speaking, the voice of the mind control demon master appeared in their minds again. Endless nightmare. Su Yu, who was trying to defend himself, couldn't help but feel the memories deep in his soul. As if time and space were flowing backward, all the memories were opened page by page until Su Yu's memory of when he was a small martial artist in the Xianyu prefecture. At the engagement ceremony, the Duke of Xianyu blocked a blow for him and Xiana and fought for the hope of survival with his life. The flame that engulfed the Duke of Xianyu seemed to cross time and space and burned Su Yu's body. In the Zhenlong continent, Master Li Guang's dream failed. When he was being hunted, he protected Su Yu with his life and protected him from any harm. The frozen body, the desolate and lonely grave, and the unfulfilled last wish were like a dagger that pierced Su Yu's chest. The Duke of Xianyu and his master, Li Guang, had left the deepest impression on Su Yu when he first entered the martial path. They were the people that Su Yu felt the most indebted to and regretful of. Especially Li Guang, who had disappeared from the world, not even leaving behind a trace of his breath. If he could be resurrected, if he knew that his 100 years of bitter defense, 100 years of loneliness, and 100 years of persistence had not been in vain, if he knew that the woman he loved deeply had never betrayed him, how gratified would he be? Unfortunately, everything was frozen in the historical time and space where he disappeared. Even if Su Yu had the power to resurrect the dead, he couldn't go back to the distant past and change history. Deep sorrow invaded Su Yu's heart, making him unable to extricate himself from the pain. After a long time, Su Yu slowly opened his eyes. His eyes were full of nostalgia and regret. He sighed softly. Master Li Guang, have a safe journey. With a sigh, he forcibly extricated himself from the memory and his eyes became clear. What? How did you escape without any external help? A surprised voice came from the depths of his mind. Compared to Su Yu, Chen Jun, who was also trapped in endless nightmares, was in great pain. He was rolling on the ground in agony, and his soul was on the verge of collapse. Soon, his soul would be destroyed and he would die. Su Yu looked at Chen Jun and said calmly, "Lift the endless nightmare." Chen Jun, who was in extreme pain, suddenly opened his eyes. There was still pain in his eyes, but they gradually became clear. Impossible. You imitated my divine Tao. The mind-controlling demon master was astonished. This was the first time he had heard that the divine Tao could be imitated. Even though the imitation was less than 50% of the original, it was still a piece of cake for him to dispel the endless nightmare. Su Yu's handsome face was calm, but it was covered with a cold killing intent. I have never forgotten my painful past, because I can't forgive myself for being weak. Therefore, even if the past is magnified 100 times, I can still endure it. But Su Yu's eyes were filled with monstrous killing intent and boundless anger. What I can't tolerate is someone using someone I respect. Every dragon had a reverse scale, and anyone who touched it would be infuriated. For Su Yu, the people who were close to him and respected him were his reverse scales. Su Yu was never infuriated by people who only targeted Su Yu. Endless nightmare. Su Yu scolded coldly. A layer of transparent ripples appeared on his and Chen Jun's bodies. It seemed the ripples were struggling and twisting. At last, they were forced to leave their bodies and enter Shao-Er's body. Vaguely, a transparent demon was attached to Shao-Er's back and was controlling her body. Swish. Under the control of the mind-controlling demon master, Shao-Er raised a sword and pointed it at her chest. The sword was emitting a soul-destroying energy. So long as the sword pierced down, it would definitely annihilate her soul. If you don't want her to die, listen to my order. Otherwise, you will see her being destroyed. The mind-controlling demon master said coldly. Chen Jun's pupils contracted as he said angrily, "How can you threaten a junior? How can you be a demon master? Cut the crap. Stand here and don't move. If you move, I will kill her immediately." Shao said as she stabbed the sword half an inch into Qian Jun's chest. Black demonic blood was gushing out from the wound. Qian Jun's face was pale and angry. However, he didn't dare to do anything. The mind-controlling demon master, who was controlling Shao, started to step back vigilantly. He knew Su Yu's strength couldn't kill him at all. He might even be killed by the colorful 5 elements power. Su Yu didn't move. He just stared at the mind-controlling demon master who was running away with Shao. After making sure Shao was safe, the mind-controlling demon master left Shao and flew toward the agile demonic city. Then, he said coldly, "Idiot. If you let me go today, I will make you regret it." Looking at Shao, who was stunned, the mind-controlling demon master said with a hideous smile, "I have finished using the trash. Now, I will return her to you." Puff. The sword in Shao-Er's hand pierced through her heart and destroyed her soul. Ha. 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 The mind-controlling demon master laughed as he flew away, leaving Shao-Er's body falling from the sky. Qian Jun was so angry that his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Then, he rushed over and grabbed the body of Shao-Er. Tears welled up in his eyes as he shouted angrily, "Why? Why did you kill Shao-Er when you were running away?" Demons were just like humans when they were separated by life and death. Swish. A charming woman in a black dress appeared in Su Yu's 9-jade spiritual pearl. Although she was right in front of Qian Jun, he didn't notice her at all. After getting Su Yu's permission, the black phoenix nodded her head. Then, she turned into a gust of black wind and flew toward the mind-controlling demon master. "Let me have a look," Su Yu said. Qian Jun clenched his fists and said angrily, "My lord." Shao. Su Yu didn't say anything. He placed his palm on Shao-Er's abdomen. Then, a strand of marvelous energy started to spread around Shao-Er. A shocking scene unfolded. Shao-Er's destroyed soul gathered together, and her dead body regained its vitality. After several breaths, Shao-Er opened her eyes. Then, she said in confusion, "What? Father, why are you crying? Wait, where is the demon master?" Qian Jun's body trembled as he looked at his daughter who had come back to life. In the cycle of reincarnation, life and death were separated. How could a dead person come back to life? Even the divine servants who had signed the contract with the deities could come back to life with the help of the celestial energy sphere left by the deities in their bodies. When their bodies and souls were damaged, the celestial energy sphere would repair them immediately. That was how they could come back to life. However, Shao-Er's resurrection was against the way of heaven. The surprise in his heart was much less intense than the shock and fear in his heart. It was a disaster for an outsider like him to know such a heaven-defying secret. In order to keep the secret, the Demon King might set a powerful restriction spell on them and enslave them for the rest of their lives. "Let's go." To Qian Jun's surprise, Su Yu didn't kill them. Instead, he asked them to leave. Even if the demons knew this secret, so what? Su Yu was not a member of the realm of demons. Ah, Qian Jun thought he heard it wrong. How could Su Yu let them go like this? After thinking for a while, Qian Jun knelt down and said, "Lord Demon King, I'm willing to follow you to repay you for saving my life twice." Su Yu had saved them from the bandits. This time, he had brought his daughter back to life. Qian Jun made up his mind to repay Su Yu's kindness by following him. Su Yu looked at them and said, "Follow me? Even if I have any identity?" Qian Jun said seriously, "Lord, what do you think about our status in the realm of demons?" "You are worthless." Qian Jun said, "You are worthless. Anyone can kill us. If you didn't save us, we would have been killed long ago. Therefore, our lives are saved by you, and we have nothing to do with any forces in the realm of demons. Therefore, it doesn't matter who you are. We will only follow you." Su Yu said with a smile, "What if I am not a creature from the realm of demons and am the mortal enemy of the realm of demons? Are you still willing to follow me?" Before Qian Jun said anything, Shao said, "Lord Demon King, it doesn't matter. You saved our lives, so we will follow you." The environment of the realm of demons was very harsh. People in the realm of demons killed each other. Therefore, they didn't care about race and homeland as much as the creatures in the Star River did. Therefore, They didn't want to betray the realm of demons. Heh. Good. I don't have any support in the realm of demons. Now is the time for me to use people. If you are willing to follow me, you will enjoy endless wealth and status. Suyu said with a smile. After helping them several times, Suyu finally won their loyalty. Suyu would leave the realm of demons sooner or later. However, he had to keep track of the intelligence of the realm of demons. It would be great if someone from the realm of demons could collect intelligence secretly. Qian Jun and his daughter were good choices. At this moment, the Black Phoenix returned with a celestial energy sphere in her hand. She said with a smile, "The Black Phoenix didn't disappoint you and got the celestial energy sphere." As an initial stage prospective deity, the Black Phoenix, as a killer, was much more ferocious than the mind control demon master. Few prospective deities could resist her sneak attack. In this way, Suyu got 2 celestial energy spheres. The celestial energy spheres of the prospective deities of the demon tribe contained the power of the demon god, which was suitable for the demon tribe. 2 celestial energy spheres, 1 for each of you. Try to improve your cultivation to the peak of the mortal fairy as soon as possible. Then, merge the celestial energy spheres into your bodies. Suyu gave the celestial energy spheres to them casually. Gasp! The father and daughter gasped as they held the celestial energy spheres in their hands. Their bodies were trembling. These were the celestial energy spheres of deities. Qian Jun's biggest wish in his life was to reach the Demon King realm and work for a powerful demon master. He had never imagined that he could become a demon master. Lord, are you serious? Are you serious? Qian Jun and Shaw felt like they were in a dream. They couldn't believe it. Suyu said, "Yes, their divine paths are not the best. So, please accept them." Chapter 1209. Obtaining the celestial energy sphere of a prospective deity made them even more determined to follow Suyu. Qian Jun is loyal to the Demon King, right? Shaw will follow you wherever you go. Shaw said with a smile. Suyu said calmly, "Okay, follow me back to the agile demonic city." The father and the daughter were stunned. Why did they have to go back after they escaped from this place? I don't have the habit of swallowing humiliation after being bullied several times. Suyu said coldly, "I warned that woman, but she didn't know how to restrain herself. Instead, she instigated the prospective deities to kill me." Humph. Hearing that, the 2 of them were shocked. Suyu's murderous intent was extremely horrible. Let's go. Jumping onto the demonic artifact, they returned to the agile demonic city. Suyu had to fulfill his promise to kill that woman. In fact, he had another important thing to confirm with that woman. Just what kind of origin did the snow-white little critter have? So much so that she didn't hesitate to send wave after wave of experts to snatch it, and even wanted to silence them. Moreover, she even sent 2 prospective deities under the command of the 6th princess. He didn't believe a demon king of a small demonic city could command the prospective deities of the Jingxian realm. Something must be wrong. Being stared at by Suyu, the little white beast shivered a bit. Then, it said to itself, "My God. What if I am recognized? This creature from the outer realm is most likely from the Eastern and Western Divine Realms alliances. If he knows that I am the 9th princess, he will definitely torture me inhumanely. Yes, he will. This guy is a demon among demons. I don't want him," Suyu said with a meaningful smile. It seemed he had caught an incredible little beast by accident. Squatting down, Suyu patted its furry head and said with a smile, "Puppy, don't be afraid. I will love you dearly." The little white beast shivered violently. Then, it fell to the ground as its 4 legs gave way. Its eyes were filled with anguish. Several days later, in the agile demonic city, Suyu, who had killed the Demon King on the spot, was found by the guards of the city immediately. Fei Rant's face turned pale when he heard the news. The 2 prospective deities had not returned for several days, and he had a very bad premonition that they had most likely encountered an accident. However, she was still hoping for a fluke. Could it be that the 2 prospective deities had captured the little beast and went to claim credit alone? Until today, when Suyu had returned. Guards! Order the demon city guards to stand their ground and not let them enter the city. Yes. In the end, not long after the order was given, an urgent message came. Reporting to the Demon King, the 3 wanted criminals broke through the city gates and killed countless guard. The 5 demon kings who tried to stop him were all killed. Feyran was shocked. What? Where are the 9 demon kings on the city wall? Sir, they don't dare to fight and have already fled. Feyran was shocked and angry at the same time. I can't rely on these useless people. Send out the Demon King squad that is patrolling the Agile Demon Master's mansion. Kill them on the spot. Remember, don't leave them alive. Feyran looked calm. He believed in the power of the Demon King team, which was the most powerful team in the Demon City. Even a prospective deity at the early stage of the Demon City would be killed by them. After 5 minutes, another urgent message came. Reporting to the Demon King squad, 10 of them were killed and 30 were injured. The other 20 Demon Kings escaped. What? Feyran's expression changed. Even the Demon King squad couldn't stop them. Could it be that the Mind Control Demon Master and the Green Bull Demon Master were killed by him? Where are they now? Feyran shouted. Reporting to the Demon King squad, they have arrived in the central city and are heading for your mansion. Feyran's expression changed abruptly. Wait, you said they are heading for my mansion? Are you sure? Yes. They entered the city and are heading for your mansion. Cough. Feyran felt something was stuck in her throat. Finally, the warning that she had forgotten appeared in her mind. Don't do it again, otherwise, even the Demon Master can't protect you. They really came to fulfill their promise. The 2 missing Demon Masters and the Demon King squad couldn't stop them, which meant the 3 seemingly weak people were actually as powerful as the Demon Masters. Feyran's face was full of panic. She paced back and forth in the mansion anxiously as if a great disaster was about to befall her. After a while, she gritted her teeth and said, "All the people in the mansion, listen to my order. Move out and stop them." Then, she ran out of the mansion and came to the Agile Mansion, which was not far away from the mansion. At this moment, the Agile Demon Master was also listening to the report. The Agile Demon Master was not a purebred demon. Although she was a female demon master, she was very dignified and had a strong murderous aura. After hearing the report, the Agile Demon Master said angrily, "Who dares to break into my demon city and kill and injure the demon kings in my city? Are you looking down on this demon master?" The informant hesitated for a while and said cautiously, reporting to the demon master, "It seems that they are coming for Demon King Feyran." Feyran? The Agile Demon Master rolled her eyes and asked, "Did Feyran offend any powerhouses recently? I heard that they attacked 3 demons who were passing by. One of the Demon Kings escaped after being killed by them. I don't know why they came back." The Agile Demon Master said coldly, "Call Feyran here. How could they cause so much trouble for the Demon City?" When the informant was about to call Feyran, Demon King Feyran arrived anxiously. "Lord Demon Lord, please uphold justice for me. Those 3 demons are too much." The Agile Demon Master said calmly, "Tell me what happened between you and them." Demon King Feyran said sadly, "That day, when I was in the restaurant opposite your mansion, I found the 3 of them sneakily observing your mansion. I was suspicious, so I ordered my men to interrogate them about their background and identity. I asked my men to pay attention to their tone and attitude and not to act recklessly. However, they refused to cooperate with me. They even killed and injured several people when we were not prepared. One of the Demon Kings was even killed by them due to his carelessness." Hearing this, the Agile Demon Master said coldly with killing intent in her eyes, "Go on." Before they escaped, they threatened me that if I dared to pursue them, they would make me regret it. Feyran said righteously, "In order to protect the dignity of the Agile Demon City, I sent my men to hunt them down. However, they were annoyed, and they came back to kill me. Now, they are killing people in the city and seeking revenge. Feyran only cares about the Agile Demon City. Demon Master, please help me," Feyran said with tears in his eyes. It seemed that he had been wronged. "They are too much." The Agile Demon Master laughed angrily, "I would like to see who dares to humiliate me. Come with me." Humph. the Agile Demon Master said angrily. However, at this moment, an indifferent voice came. Chapter 12:10. Swish. 3 figures broke the restriction formation above the mansion and landed in front of them. Feyran looked around and found they were indeed the 3 people in the restaurant. She was so scared that she hid behind the Agile Demon Master immediately. "How dare you!" the Agile Demon Master shouted angrily. The other party had actually attacked her mansion directly. How could he possibly put her in his eyes? Qian Jun said seriously, "Agile Demon Master, this woman set us up. She tried to kill us in the name of the law enforcer. Our master fought back and killed the Demon King. After that, our master released the rest of the law enforcers and asked them to tell this woman that she wouldn't do it again. Our master let them go because of you. However, she didn't repent. Instead, she became even worse and persuaded 2 demon masters to kill us. Our master came back to fulfill his promise and killed her. What's more, she even tried to stir up trouble in front of the Agile Demon Master." Qian Jun explained the whole story calmly, and there was nothing exaggerated about it. "Nonsense. I'm loyal to the demonic city. Why would I kill you? Also, what virtue and ability do I have to send 2 demon masters to hunt you down? You should be more reliable when making up lies." Feyran scolded the Agile Demon Master seriously. Qian Jun sneered, "Our master could have killed you if he wanted to. Why did he wait until now? You failed the chance that our master gave you. That's why our master came back to kill you." Then, Qian Jun looked at the Agile Demon Master and said, "I believe the Demon Master will know the truth." "Heh, heh," the Agile Demon Master said with a cold smile, "Of course, I trust my people. Could it be that with just a few words from you outsiders, you forced me, a dignified Demon Master, to kill my most trusted subordinate? How could I ignore the damage that you have caused? Since you have come here today, don't think about going back." The Agile Demon Master sneered. A pitch-black cage appeared in her palm, which was full of surging demonic chi. The moment the cage appeared, people felt very uncomfortable. "My master, this is a peerless demonic artifact, a replica of the Emperor-based Saint artifact, given to the Agile Demon Master by the royal family. It can even suppress a medium-stage prospective deity," Qian Jun reminded her secretly. At the same time, he looked at the Agile Demon Master with disdain instead of respect. "I've heard that the Agile Demon Master is very knowledgeable and respected. But now I know that it's hard to live up to your reputation. You can't even tell the truth from the falsehood. How stupid you are. Fortunately, we met our lord first. Otherwise, we would have regretted it for the rest of our lives if we relied on you." Before he could finish, Suyu waved his hand and interrupted him. Suyu said calmly, "It's not that the Agile Demon Master can't tell right from wrong. Even though she knows Feyran has done evil things, she still has to be used by Feyran. As the Agile Demon Master, if she allowed her own people to be hunted down by outsiders, her reputation would be ruined and her people would lose faith in her. Therefore, it wasn't that she wasn't smart enough. It was because she was smart that she had no choice but to do this." A trace of surprise appeared in the eyes of the Agile Demon Master. She couldn't help but look at Suyu. The silver-haired young man who spoke seemed to be the leader of the 3. "Since you know about it, you still dare to come knocking on our door. You're quite courageous," the Agile Demon Master said coldly. "No matter how you've been wronged, you've made a big mistake now. I have to kill you to appease this chaos." Swish. Swish. The imitation Emperor-based Saint artifact in her palm rotated rapidly and expanded rapidly. Then, dozens of pitch-black demonic palms shot out from the cage and tried to grab them and drag them into the pitch-black cage. Even medium-stage prospective deities would run away at the sight of it. Feyran said sarcastically, "How could a demon master of a demonic city be an ordinary person? In a real fight, the 2 demon masters who went to kill Suyu might not be a match for the Agile Demon Master. After all, she was one of the few demon masters who had been rewarded with an imitation Emperor-based Saint artifact. Among the many demonic cities in the Moonview City, her comprehensive strength ranked in the top 10. Except for those late-stage prospective deities, almost no one in the Moonview City could defeat her. In Feyran's eyes, Su Yu and his companions were courting death by rushing here carelessly. Facing the imitation emperor-based saint artifact, Su Yu waved his hand. Then, the 9 fairy swords formed the 9 suns sword formation. The silver lights flickered and interweaved into a dense silver spider web. Then, all the demonic palms in front of Su Yu and his companions were destroyed. The agile demon master said seriously, "What a brilliant sword formation. It is comparable to the saint demon sword formation of our demon clan." No. It seems they have something in common. It seemed the agile demon master, who was very knowledgeable, had found the special feature of the 9 suns sword formation. Then, the agile demon master shouted in a low voice to activate the imitation of the divine and demon heavenly prison. Even though it was an imitation, it was still an emperor-based saint artifact. Its power couldn't be underestimated. A roar came from the divine and demon heavenly prison. Then, a horrible aura of a medium stage perspective deity gushed out. Swish. Instantly, a transparent soul of a medium stage perspective deity rushed out of the cage and rushed towards Su Yu and his companions while roaring angrily. This was the horrible feature of the divine and demon heavenly prison. Once a person was killed in the cage, his soul would be controlled by the cage. "Watch out, my lord," Qian Jun shouted. Although the soul of a medium stage perspective deity was just a soul, its strength was much higher than that of an early stage perspective deity. Su Yu raised his head and looked at the sky. He saw that a giant eye with ripples had appeared in the sky. It was 100,000 miles in circumference. Compared with the soul eye, it was more solid after being confirmed by the divine path of the tree goddess. Its devouring power was much more powerful than before. As the huge eye swept across, even the Devil King level powerhouses felt their souls being pulled by a powerful force. As long as the other party willed it, their souls could be taken away and submerged into the huge eye of reincarnation. The fusion of the divine path and the soul path? The agile demon master was surprised. What surprised her more was the great power of the fusion. Although the divine path hadn't reached the void transformation realm, she, a prospective deity, was also afraid of it. Oh, no. The agile demon master sensed the danger. She wanted to seal the soul of the medium stage prospective deity back into the cage. However, the huge eye in the sky blinked and swept the soul away. Before the agile demon master could snatch it, a beam of colorful divine light appeared above their heads like a curtain and suddenly fell down. Instantly, the agile demon master and Fei Ran were suppressed unimaginably. The agile demon master struggled hard, but Fei Ran's body, which was at the peak of the mortal fairy, was smashed into pieces directly. Even so, her soul was still suppressed and couldn't move anymore. There was no longer any hint of arrogance on his face. Instead, there was only infinite fear. Su Yu walked up to them and said as he stared at Fei Ran coldly, "As I said, I won't do it again. Otherwise, even the demon master can't protect you. You should consider my words seriously. You can't kill me. I am the subordinate of the 6th princess. If you kill me, you will become the enemy of the royal family." Fei Ran didn't dare to hide her identity at this critical moment. Hearing this, the agile demon master was also shocked. The subordinate of the 6th princess. You are just a dispensable pawn of the 6th princess. Even if you are her trusted subordinate, so what? Even she can't escape from me, let alone you. Come in. Su Yu shouted in a low voice. Then, her soul was drawn into the soul space. Qian Jun and Shao were so shocked that they couldn't believe their ears. Even the 6th princess can't escape from him. Hey! Is he sure he is talking about the powerful and cunning 6th princess, Jing Xian? Hearing this, the agile demon master's heart trembled violently. What kind of person did Fei Ran provoke? As one of the top 10 demon masters in the Sea-Watch city, she was suppressed within 3 rounds. When Su Yu's eyes landed on her, the agile demon master trembled a bit. Then, she said as she gritted her teeth, "The winner takes all. Now, the 9th princess is missing. Nobody will help us demon masters. You can kill me or cut me into pieces," Su Yu said with a faint smile. Heh, you are quite calm. However, what can I gain from killing you?" Then, He kicked the demonic god heavenly prison into the air. Then, he grabbed it in his hand. Now, this prison became Su Yu's trophy. The agile demon master was reluctant to give it up. However, she didn't have the strength to take it back. She said as if she had accepted her fate, "You want me to surrender to you without killing me? No way. I am only loyal to the city master of the Sea-Watch City. I will not pledge my loyalty to anyone else." As demon masters, when they were bestowed the title of demon master, they had sworn an oath of loyalty to the god of Sea-Watch City, who was a level higher than them. This oath was reinforced by the power of the god and could not be violated. Otherwise, they would be regarded as betraying the god and be killed by the god's power in their bodies. Now, the city master of the Sea-Watch City was dead, but the oath still existed. Ha, 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 Su Yu said as he looked up to the sky and laughed evilly. What if I am the city master of the Sea-Watch City? What? The agile demon master's eyes widened. Qian Jun and his daughter were also stunned. The city master of the Sea-Watch City had died. Could it be that Su Yu was a doppelganger formed by his celestial energy sphere? However, before the city master died, Su Yu had been with Qian Jun and his daughter. How could he be the doppelganger of the city master of the Sea-Watch City? Are you crazy? The agile demon master looked at the young man in front of her and couldn't understand his words. Su Yu waved his big sleeves and a fluffy white beast flew out of the 9-jade spiritual pearl. Your Royal Highness, please issue an edict to appoint me as the new city master of the Sea-Watch City. As soon as the white beast came out, it heard the most frightening words. Its petite body trembled fiercely. It didn't dare to look into Su Yu's eyes and didn't dare to admit that it was the 9th princess. However, someone else admitted it for it. Ah, the 9th princess. Your humble servant, Agile, pays respect to the 9th princess. The agile demon master stared at the white beast and immediately said in fear and trepidation. The blue veins on the white beast's forehead were bulging. It stared at the agile demon master angrily and said in its heart, I am so angry. Can't you see the situation clearly? Can't you cooperate with my eyes and deceive this devil that I am just the spiritual pet of the 9th princess? How could you be so stupid to expose me? While it was angry, a hand stroked its head. At the same time, a nightmarish voice came, Oh, puppy, it turns out that you are the 9th princess, Jingyu. Why didn't you tell me earlier? If you didn't tell me, how could I know that you are the 9th princess? If I didn't know that you are the 9th princess, how could I add more food for you? From now on, you will have one more bone for each meal and one more hour to breathe outside. Su Yu stroked the head of the white beast with a smile and said in a rewarding tone. After hearing that, the white beast trembled all over. Its 4 claws were embedded in the ground. It grimaced in pain and said in its heart, Ah, this imperial princess's illustrious reputation has been completely ruined. This devil deserves to be cut into pieces. Please kill him with a meteor hammer. What? Why don't you thank me? Su Yu's smile was getting deeper and deeper, but his voice was slightly cold. The white beast trembled all over. It turned around quickly and hid its angry expression. Then, it cupped Su Yu's palm and wagged its tail, showing a very grateful and happy expression. Su Yu patted its head and said with a faint smile, That's more like it. Chapter 12:11. Qian Jun and his daughter were shocked by the identity of the snow-white little beast. It turned out to be the supreme 9th princess. The agile demon master was shocked by the relationship between the 9th princess and Su Yu. She wondered if her brain was crushed by the power of the 5 elements and she was hallucinating. The 9th princess had become a spiritual pet. Puppy, since you're the 9th princess and I'm your master, you have to listen to me, right? Su Yu smiled, which he thought was gentle. However, in the eyes of the dog, it was a devil's smile. How could it dare to shake its head? It nodded hurriedly and blinked its big eyes at Su Yu, for fear that Su Yu would be unhappy. Well, now, you will make an edict in the name of the 9th princess and grant me the title of the new city lord of Moonview City. The dog struggled for a moment until it found the chill from Su Yu's body. It shivered and opened its mouth to spit out a yellow jade seal and a scroll full of special divine power. The jade seal was personally engraved by the demon emperor. It was a unique mark that represented the supreme identity of the ninth princess. Suyu grabbed the scroll, and the pen moved like a dragon, writing a few lines of demon words. Princess Jingyu's edict states, "The feather demon has done a meritorious deed in saving me, and I have been saved by him. I am specially granted the position of the new city lord of Seawatch City. All the subordinates of Seawatch City shall obey her orders and shall not disobey her." The dog looked at the scroll pitifully and pressed the jade seal with tears in its eyes, leaving a mark of Jingyu on the scroll. Then, the whole scroll turned into nothingness and disappeared into the void. At the same time, the creatures of Jingxian realm heard the mighty voice of the gods in their minds at the same time. Suddenly, the creatures of Jingxian realm knelt down excitedly. "The princess is not dead. She really is not dead." Princess Jingyu had been missing for a month, and her life and death were unknown. Many creatures were worried. Unexpectedly, she was still alive and safe. But, who is the feather demon? How did he save the princess? Although the creatures of the Jingyu realm were surprised, the news that the ninth princess had been rescued unscathed made them heave a sigh of relief. As for rewarding the feather demon as the city lord of Seawatch City and holding a position that could only be held by the gods, they were relieved. After all, this was the decree of the ninth princess. Even if they were envious, what could they do? Who asked him to save the ninth princess? In the house, Chen Jun, and the agile demon master also felt the god's decree. The princess had personally issued the edict, and Suyu had officially become the Seawatch City master. The agile demon master was dumbfounded. She couldn't believe the scene in front of her. She was witnessing the birth of a city lord. No, it was to witness an audacious, heaven-defying thief who threatened the princess to seize the position of the city lord. Puppy picked up the jade seal with a gloomy face and was about to swallow it back into its stomach. Unexpectedly, when it was about to swallow it, a hand grabbed the jade seal. Then, a nightmarish voice came into its ears, "Puppy, you are still young. The jade seal is such an important thing, so let your master keep it for you. Be good and let go." "What? How dare you steal my imperial jade seal?" This meant that Suyu had control over her. With this jade seal, he could represent her at any time and issue an edict to the living beings of the Jingyu realm. Any living being born in the Jingyu realm would not be able to defy it. In this way, Suyu was the real ruler of the Jingyu realm. Puppy realized the seriousness of the matter and refused to let go of the jade seal. Once the jade seal was controlled by Suyu, then, the world would be in chaos. Dong. There was an extra bone in Suyu's hand. Puppy's eyes suddenly widened and instinctively rushed over. It wasn't until it loosened its mouth and the jade seal was taken away by Suyu that it realized it had been fooled. Immediately, it rushed towards Suyu and anxiously snatched the important jade seal. However, Suyu turned his palm and put it into the 9-jade spiritual pearl. He smiled and said, "Puppy, are you disobedient again?" Looking at Suyu's smiling expression, Puppy trembled all over and remembered the terrible 5 days of being trained. It suddenly stopped and stared at Suyu angrily, but did not dare to resist again. "Go eat the bone, it's none of your business," Suyu said. Puppy struggled for a while and hated Suyu so much that it gritted its teeth. I'm so angry. How could there be such a hateful, terrible, and abominable demon in the world? I have to endure it. When the 9-god seal in my body is released, I must bite him to death. Yes, bite him one bite at a time. If it knew that it had fallen into the hands of the unparalleled feather god of the Great Eastern Alliance, it would no longer have such an idea. Because from the moment it fell into Suyu's hands, it could never get rid of him for the rest of its life. However, Puppy pretended to be happy, holding the bone seriously and enjoying it. It was also happy in its heart. I have a lot of patience, just wait and see. Thinking of this, Puppy chewed even more happily. Poor Puppy, it didn't know that no matter how much it chewed, it couldn't change the future. Witnessing this scene, the agile demon master was in a daze. Even if Suyu let go of the suppression, she was still in a daze. She stared at the dog and murmured, No, how could our princess be a puppy that gnaws on bones?" Hearing this, Puppy rolled its eyes at her and secretly said, I'm suffering and enduring humiliation. Do you understand? Hey, why is she so stupid? I'm still smart, haha, I'll eat hard. It's over. The Jingyu realm is finished. Looking at the 9th princess gnawing on the bone, the Agile Demon Master was inexplicably sad. Agile Demon Master, listen to the order. Suddenly, a cold snort sounded like thunder in the ear. The Agile Demon Master reacted instinctively and knelt on one knee. I, the Agile Demon Master, obey the order of the Sea-Watch City Master. When she reacted, the Agile Demon Master smiled bitterly. The decree just now had a binding force on her, and she couldn't resist it. Things here must be kept secret. If necessary, self-destruct at any time, and no one can search these memories. Yes, City Master. The Agile Demon Master obeyed everything. Sure enough, it worked. Suyu's heart settled a little, and his eyes showed a thoughtful look. He fell into the demon world, and his initial plan was to see Princess Yunxia and escape as soon as possible. After all, he was not a real demon, and it was only a matter of time before he was exposed. However, he accidentally controlled the 9th princess, and the situation had changed greatly. Suyu had to reconsider. It seemed that there was no need to rush to leave the demon world. At least, the 6th princess and the 7th prince, the two culprits who pulled Suyu into the demon world. If he didn't repay them, how could he be worthy of Suyu's experience? How could he be worthy of the tree goddess who was in a state of deep sleep? 6th princess, 7th prince. Believe me, the most regretful thing in your life must be bringing me, Suyu, into the demon world. Suyu's mouth evoked an evil smile. Looking at this smile, everyone present trembled. Chapter 12:12. In the territory of the carefree demon master, a group of demons with unknown origins was still searching for something. One of the purebred demons was getting anxious. It had been a whole month since they found the last clue of the 9th princess, but they hadn't found her yet. The longer it took, the more unfavorable the situation was for them. My lord, there is news about the 9th princess from the Agile Demonic City. A demonic prospective deity walked quickly with a black skull in his hand. What news? The purebred demon was shocked. He grabbed the skull and crushed it on the spot. Demonic energy burst out from the skull and condensed into two demonic characters. First, the Mind Control Demon Master and the Green Bull Demon Master were killed. Second, the 9th princess was rescued by a demon named the Feather Demon in the Agile Demonic City. Now she was granted the title of the City Lord of the Sea-Watch City. Crack. The purebred demon smashed the characters into mist with his palm. His eyes were full of anger and killing intent. The Agile Demonic City, the Feather Demon. No wonder the 9th princess couldn't be found in the carefree demonic city. She was rescued by a demon named the Feather Demon. All the demon masters who are on a mission in the Jingyu realm should gather in the Agile Demonic City. All the strong people who are below the demon master level lurking in the Jingyu realm should join the intelligence system and pay close attention to the actions of the demon masters in your area. If they come to rescue the princess, inform them immediately. As the order was issued, the strong people who belonged to the camp of the 6th princess who were hiding in the Jingyu realm started to act. A conspiracy against the seriously injured 9th princess had finally begun. In the Agile Mansion, the sun was shining brightly, and flowers were in full bloom. In front of a pavilion, a handsome silver-haired demon was sipping tea with a faint smile on his face. Stretch out your paw. Oh. The puppy stretched out its right paw and put it on Suyu's hand. Squat down. Oh. Bones. Oh. The puppy wagged its tail and started to gnaw the bones at Suyu's feet. The blue veins on the forehead of the Agile Demon Master were bulging. My lord, please don't do this again. Please treat her like a queen. Suyu shrugged helplessly. You don't understand. This is a special emotional bond between me and the queen, right, puppy? Puppy wagged its tail and barked twice, looking very happy and enjoying. The Agile Demon Master was so sad that she knelt down and cried bitterly, Your Majesty, I'm so useless that you have to suffer like this. Puppy rolled her eyes at her, raised her head, and secretly said in her heart, So stupid, I'm enduring hardships to gain courage. As the ancients said, those who achieve great things don't bother about trifles. What's the big deal about gnawing on bones? Thinking of this, Puppy gnawed more vigorously. Speaking of which, for some reason, it seemed that it had gnawed too much, and the bones had a special taste. The agile demon master was speechless, and Qian Jun and her father also had mixed feelings. The dignified empress was trained like a puppy. It was really unimaginable. As he leisurely sipped his tea, Su Yu said, "How's the matter I asked you to do these past few days?" Qian Jun replied respectfully, "City Lord, with the help of the agile demon master, we have gathered all the information you wanted." He knew nothing about the devil world. If he wanted to gain a foothold, collecting information was the most important thing. How is the relationship between the prince and princess of the devil world? It's very complicated. Some of them are hostile to each other, and some are allied with each other. Basically, they are competing for the position of the demon emperor. Qian Jun said, "Among them, the first prince is the most powerful and has many deities under his command. He is also deeply loved by the demon emperor and is most likely to inherit the position of the demon emperor. Secondly, the sixth princess and the seventh prince are powerful, and the deities under their command are also powerful and extraordinary. They are strong competitors for the throne, followed by the second prince, the third princess, the fourth prince. Finally, our ninth princess, well, she also has some hope to compete for the throne." Su Yu looked down at the ninth princess and said, "So, my puppy is the most useless?" Puff. Puppy accidentally penetrated the ground with her paw. She roared in her heart, "Bastard, bastard. Who are you calling useless? How can you say such a big truth? I'm so angry. Oh, I'm so angry." Qian Jun was embarrassed. Useless. Ahem, the ninth princess is indifferent and aloof from worldly affairs. Otherwise, there would be a little more hope. Oh, then you are idle and don't want to make progress. No wonder you were hurt by the sixth princess. Puppy gritted her teeth and said in her heart, "I will endure it. I must endure it." Continue. Was the giant of the bitter sea led to Sea-Watch City by the sixth princess? Su Yu said. He knew best that the giant of the bitter sea came for him, but he went to Sea-Watch City halfway. There must be something hidden. My lord, this is indeed the doing of the sixth princess. Although there is no obvious evidence, there are traces of quasi-deities under the sixth princess, Qian Jun said. It was reasonable to use quasi-deities instead of deities. If the quasi-deities were exposed, they could put the blame on them, and they could be killed at any time. However, if the deities were deployed, once the matter was exposed, it would not be so easy to get rid of the responsibility. What's more, if the deities under the sixth princess really appeared in the Jingxian world, the deities under the ninth princess would have been alarmed, and the plan to harm the ninth princess would not have been carried out. The people of the sixth princess used the blood of the demon royal family to lead the giant of the bitter sea to Sea-Watch City, and the ninth princess happened to be here. The two met and naturally fought. Su Yu looked thoughtful. According to what you said, my puppy is just a piece of trash, and there is no possibility of her competing for the throne, but the sixth princess spared no effort to harm her. What is the reason? The reason is very simple. By obtaining the territory of the ninth princess and obtaining the deities under her jurisdiction, the strength of the sixth princess will skyrocket, and the possibility of competing for the throne will be higher than all the other princes and princesses. Once this matter is exposed, it will certainly cause the wrath of the demon emperor, who will seize her position, but if she succeeds, the benefits will be endless. Unfortunately, the ninth princess was fated to meet a noble person like you, my lord, and escaped. So that's how it is. Looking at Puppy, Su Yu couldn't help but think of the tree goddess, who was also seriously injured by the giant of the bitter sea, but Puppy's situation was much better. She was only seriously injured and returned to her original body. She only needed to rest to recover, unlike the tree goddess, whose life and death were unknown. So, why did the giant of the bitter sea give up Puppy and drag away the Sea-Watch City Lord? It can be attracted by the blood of the royal demon clan, so it can be seen that it is far more interested in the ninth princess than the city lord, right? Qian Jun said, "My lord, the reason why the giant of the bitter sea gave up the ninth princess is that the ninth princess successfully repelled it." Repelled? Su Yu's pupils shrank slightly. He had witnessed the combat power of the giant of the bitter sea. It was absolutely an existence that even the gods could not match. How could it be defeated by the weakest ninth princess? My lord, for tens of millions of years, the demon realm has suffered from the giant of the bitter sea for a long time, and slowly explored some effective countermeasures. The most effective one is the golden flames forbidden wood. This wood is an ancient divine wood that can rarely penetrate the body of the giant of the bitter sea and cause harm to it. Every royal demon has a weapon forged by the golden flames forbidden wood, and the ninth princess's weapon is a spear. On the day of the Battle of Seawatch City, the giant of the bitter sea was pierced by the spear made by the golden flames forbidden wood, so it gave up the ninth princess and dragged away the Seawatch City lord. The golden flames forbidden wood. There was something in the demon realm that could restrain the giant of the bitter sea. Since Puppy has a way to restrain it, why didn't she pursue it? Why did she end up like this? Qian Jun said with a wry smile, kill the giant of the bitter sea? That is something that even the demon emperor dare not think about. The golden flames forbidden wood is too rare. Even if all the 10 golden flames forbidden wood magic weapons in the royal family are gathered, it is not enough to kill the giant of the bitter sea. It is lucky that she could scare it away. Su Yu was thinking. How rare is the golden flames forbidden wood? In the great demon realm, there is only a piece of ancient fossil that was pushed ashore from the bitter sea thousands of years ago. There is a piece of tree heart that was not petrified. It was refined into 10 golden flames forbidden wood magic weapons by the previous generation of the demon emperor and passed on to the generations of the royal family. Apart from that, the demon realm has never found a second one. Although the previous demon emperor intended to look for it in the bitter sea, the water of the bitter sea was unpredictable. Extracted from the fossil? Is there any seed found in the fossil? Su Yu's eyes flickered slightly. The hope should be very slim. Qian Jun said, of course, a residual seed was found in the tree. Fortunately, it was not petrified, but the soil of the demon realm could not grow it at all. It took thousands of years, but the seed gradually withered. Now it is really about to become a fossil. Where is it? Su Yu's eyes lit up. In the hands of the demon emperor. The horror of the giant of the bitter sea was still vivid in Su Yu's mind. It would be great if he could get the seed of the golden flames forbidden wood that could restrain it. If he couldn't get it, he couldn't force it. The demon emperor. Now Su Yu faced the demon emperor. He was afraid that he would not be able to fight back. That puppy has the golden flames forbidden wood in her hand, but she was also injured by the giant of the bitter sea. It seems that Puppy is too weak. Su Yu gently kicked Puppy with his toes, causing it to show its teeth in dissatisfaction. Qian Jun shook his head and said, no, the giant of the bitter sea also has the power to restrain the demons, especially the demons who have the blood of the royal family. Its blood is more corrosive than the water of the bitter sea. A little touch can also make the members of the royal family disappear. If the ninth princess had not been vigilant and abandoned her divine body, I am afraid she would have died. Oh! Su Yu's eyes flickered again. The blood of the giant of the bitter sea had a restraining effect on the royal family of the demon race. This was a major discovery. After learning so much, Su Yu gradually made a plan in his heart. Before leaving the demon realm, he must make the demon realm suffer. Neither the Great Eastern Alliance nor the Great Western Alliance had the strength to face the demon realm. At least, the two alliances needed time to prepare for this war. In this case, he would cause a shock to the demon race, forcing them to delay the time of launching the war. What about the last thing? How is the investigation going? Su Yu asked. Chapter 12-13. Oh! Su Yu was surprised. He thought the prospective deities would know the existence of the Xing River very well. He didn't expect they didn't know much about it. If that was the case, they were even less aware that there was a group of extremely cruel and inhumane devils in the devil realm who were wantonly slaughtering outside the galaxy. Interesting. The realm of demons is much more complicated than I thought. After learning all the information, Su Yu's eyes lit up. Our top priority now is to deal with the lurking enemies in the Jingyu realm. They must have heard the news that Puppy is here. If I am right, they should be on their way to the Agile City. The Agile Demon Master said, "My lord, please take Her Royal Highness back to the Sea-Watch City as soon as possible. There are many powerful masters in the city, so they can protect Her Royal Highness." "No. Stay here," Su Yu said with a flicker of his eyes. Qian Jun said seriously, "My lord, don't be careless. Even Fei Ran, a demon king on the edge of the territory, has been bribed. It shows how well prepared the sixth princess is. I am worried that the Mind Control Demon Master and the Green Bull Demon Master we met may only be part of them. It was very likely that there were more prospective deity enemies. The Agile territory is not powerful enough to protect Her Royal Highness and my lord." The Agile Demon Master said, "He is right. There may be strong prospective deities in the middle stage among the enemies. Once the enemies come, I am afraid none of us can stop them. We can't stay here for long," Su Yu said calmly. "If we don't give them a chance, how can we lure them out?" The little white beast, who was gnawing on the bone, was choked and stared at Su Yu angrily. Is he using it to attract the enemy's attention? Does this B***starred want to kill me? Qian Jun and the Agile Demon Master wanted to persuade Su Yu again, but Su Yu waved his hand and interrupted them. He said seriously, "I don't have time to find out the enemies lurking in the Jingyu realm one by one. The fastest way is to lure them out and kill them all at once. Send an order to all the demon masters in the Sea-Watch City. They must come to the Agile Demon City within 3 days." Qian Jun said, "Yes." After a pause, he said, "What if they refuse to come? If they don't come, just remember their names." "Yes," Qian Jun said, but in his heart, he was thinking about what would happen to those who refused to see the City Lord. Not long after, all the lords of the 81 cities in the Moonview City, except for the destroyed Carefree Demon City and Agile Demon City, received the order from the new City Lord, Feather Demon. There were very few people who were willing to submit to this new City Lord. In the past, only deities could take up the position of City Lord. Who was the Feather Demon? He had never heard of him before. However, with the decree of the 9th princess, no one could do anything about it. Most of them got up and went to the territory of the Fluttering Fairy. At the same time, a huge demonic cloud was rapidly flying towards the Agile Devil City like a great army pressing down on the border. "My lord, as expected, the lords of the Moonview City have left their territories and are heading towards the Agile Demon City." Receiving the report, the purebred demon's eyes revealed a cold divine light. Very good. Their movements confirmed one thing, that was, the 9th princess was still in the Agile Devil City. It seemed that the 9th princess had not learned her lesson enough. She exposed her position so easily. If she had left quietly, I might not have been able to confirm her whereabouts in a short time. But to order the Lord to come and protect me in such a big way, exposing her position, is really stupid. Hey, maybe our 9th princess thinks that the lords of the Sea-Watch City are enough to resist us? Next to the purebred demon, there was a demon with a very high purity, whose status was second only to the purebred demon. The purebred demon smiled contemptuously. "All troops, speed up, let's give the 9th princess a surprise." The departure of the lords of the Sea-Watch City caused a lot of speculation. Many people realized that they were going to see the City Lord of the Sea-Watch City, but in fact, they were going to see the 9th princess. But what they didn't know was that they were secretly responsible for escorting the 9th princess. There were many different opinions and speculations. As the center of the storm, Su Yu was meditating in the mansion. At present, he was still trying to understand the inheritance of the tree goddess. After many days of cultivation, his understanding of the wood divine path had improved by leaps and bounds. Thanks to the 5 elements divine prison in the past, I have a deeper understanding of the power of wood in the power of the 5 elements. Otherwise, if I wanted to understand the wood divine path, it would be tantamount to starting from scratch. Su Yu thought to himself. Today, with the help of the foundation of the past, he could exert some of the power of the tree goddess. In terms of power, it was no weaker than Su Yu's current peak pure divine decree. As for Su Yu's own divine decree, he integrated the newly acquired ability of the divine 9-dragon cauldron into it. That is, the domain of life. After the emerald dragon was completely crystallized, it gained a magical ability. Under the shroud of the domain, all creatures would be immortal and indestructible. This ability had never been used, but this time it could come in handy. The refining of the 5 Elements Mountain, Suyu had also progressed to a certain stage. At present, without relying on the 5 Elements Mountain, he could also activate and absorb the power of the 5 Elements Mountain to suppress the enemy. With further refining, he could use the power of the 5 elements more flexibly. It was worth mentioning that in the process of refining the 5 Elements Mountain, Suyu's understanding of the power of the 5 elements increased day by day. Of the 900 demon inscriptions, Suyu had secretly comprehended 300. All of this was hidden from the black-green water dragon in the 5 elements divine prison. He had never forgotten the advice of the water dragon's remains to Suyu. Don't trust the black-green water dragon. Therefore, no matter how big the crisis was, Suyu did not use the 5 elements divine prison again. However, if Suyu completely comprehended the demon inscriptions, and his control of the 5 elements divine prison was still above that of the black-green water dragon, the situation would be very different. Finally, Suyu's cultivation had been stuck at the peak of all creations for some time. It was time to prepare for a breakthrough to a higher level. Mortal Fairy. Once he reached the realm of Mortal Fairy, Suyu could instill the power of Mortal Fairy into his celestial energy sphere, giving birth to Suyu's own divine power. Then, he could strengthen the celestial energy sphere with his divine power and gradually stabilize it so that it would not be taken away. Moreover, after reaching the realm of Mortal Fairy, Suyu's soul strength would be greatly improved. At that time, he could start to cultivate the 5th level of the Heaven's Sun gazing at air. Suyu had a hunch that his strength would be transformed again when he reached the realm of Mortal Fairy. However, Suyu faintly felt that it might not be easy for him to reach the realm of Mortal Fairy. At least, it would not be like ordinary creatures. After 3 days of continuous cultivation, Suyu opened his eyes slowly. Outside the door, Qian Jun and the Agile Demon Master were waiting respectfully. "How is it going?" Suyu asked indifferently. Qian Jun said, "My lord, 60 of the 79 lords have arrived. 5 of them are still on their way, and 14 of them have not moved." "Well, 3 days have passed. Remember all the demon masters who are still on their way and those who have not moved." "Yes, my lord." The Agile Demon Master said, "My lord, how should we arrange them to protect you and your highness?" "Protect us?" "No." Suyu said, "Gather them and treat them well. Without my order, no matter how many enemies come, don't attack them." "Ah." The Agile Demon Master couldn't understand Suyu's thinking. Was he an idiot? The number of enemies and their strength were unknown. How could he ignore the subordinates that he had gathered with great difficulty? "Then why did you ask them to come here?" The Agile Demon Master was furious. Suyu said lightly, "Puppy and I don't need their protection. I asked them to come here to let them remember a sentence. Those who obey me will prosper, and those who oppose me will die. They should be glad that there is a large number of enemies who will give them a demonstration with their blood." The implication was that if there were no enemies, Suyu was likely to kill some of them to show his power. The Agile Demon Master took a deep breath. "Lunatic. You want to fight against the enemies with your own strength." She was finally convinced that the Feather Demon was a complete lunatic. It was understandable for a new official to show his power, but he was so arrogant. If he was not a lunatic, what was he? The Agile Demon Master said coldly, "Unfortunately, the enemy's whereabouts have also appeared. They are still half a day away from the Agile Demonic City. All of them are prospective deities, 100 prospective deities, 2 intermediate prospective deities. My lord, if you want to die, I will not persuade you. However, if you want to drag Her Royal Highness to the grave with you, forgive me. I want to take Her Royal Highness away." The Agile Demon Master had had enough of Suyu's lawless behavior. Suyu's mouth curled into a contemptuous smile. "I thought there would be late-stage prospective deities. How disappointing." Hearing this, the Agile Demon Master shook her head. What a lunatic. 1 intermediate deity was enough to make them suffer, let alone 2. In addition, there were far more prospective deities than them. In this kind of irreparable disadvantage, Suyu could still make such a vow. Staring at the agile demon master, Su Yu said, "As long as you don't leave the demonic city, you can take Puppy anywhere you want. However, if you leave, my kindness will not be merciful to you a second time." The agile demon master gritted her teeth and said with hatred, "It is not too late to inform the other deities under the ninth princess." This was the second time she suggested that Su Yu, in the name of the ninth princess, order the former deities to come and protect her. Even if a deity was dispatched, this crisis could be easily resolved. However, Su Yu refused without hesitation. "I have said many times, asking the deities to come is tantamount to courting death," Su Yu said coldly. "During the period when the ninth princess was being hunted, did the deities under her command ever rescue her?" The agile demon master clenched her fists. She didn't want to admit it, but the answer was no. If not, how could the ninth princess end up in such a miserable state? However, they did not necessarily surrender to the sixth princess. Perhaps it is inconvenient to intervene in the affairs of Seawatch City. They did not necessarily surrender, but I don't see how much loyalty they have to the ninth princess. When they saw that the ninth princess was beaten back to her original body, her strength was greatly damaged, and they had such an attitude. Are you sure they trust her? Are you sure that if you invite them, they will not take advantage of the chaos to attack the ninth princess? Even if one of the deities has ulterior motives, it is not something you and I can prevent. Su Yu said, "Don't say this kind of stupid idea for the third time. You are really disappointing." The agile demon master bit her lips and was speechless after being refuted by Su Yu. "Stand down. Sit down according to my order. All the demon masters under my command are not allowed to move," Su Yu shouted. Everyone retreated and looked at Su Yu with deep suspicion. Was the feather demon really a madman? Did he want to rely on his own strength to fight against the invasion of Yunyun? Madman. What a madman. Chapter 12:14. When the agile demon master took the dog away, the black phoenix, like a ghost, appeared silently behind Su Yu and stared coldly at the agile demon master. "Master, let me kill this woman. She doesn't know what's good for her. It is difficult for any new city lord to trust a lord who has a traitor. She doesn't know it and questions the master. This can't be tolerated. It is best to kill her to establish authority," the black phoenix said coldly, sincerely thinking for Su Yu. Su Yu's face was calm and he shook his head gently. "They don't understand me. Don't you understand my intentions?" Su Yu had the courage to face hundreds of prospective deities and 2 middle-stage prospective deities alone. Why would he care about the mere 70 or so demon masters under his jurisdiction who had their own agendas? He didn't need to establish authority over these quasi-gods at all. Master is really protecting the ninth princess. These quasi-gods seem to be loyal to the ninth princess, but in fact, many of them have rebelled. If they are used to fight against the enemy, I am afraid that in the chaos, the ninth princess will suffer the most. Master invited these lords to lure the snake out of its hole and catch them all in one fell swoop. It's ridiculous that the agile demon master is so full of herself. She really thinks that only she cares about the life and death of the ninth princess. She felt injustice for Su Yu. The world misunderstood him as a madman, but they didn't understand that he was the most sober person. Little did they know that it was Su Yu who made long-term plans for the safety of the ninth princess. Su Yu said calmly, "You can't blame her. This matter can't be publicized. Otherwise, how could those traitors hidden in our army be easily fooled and attack at the critical moment? You look after the agile demon master. Don't let her take the dog out of your sight. Don't let her take the dog near the lords. If she comes out, kill her on the spot." "Yes." A breeze blew, leaving Su Yu alone in the pavilion. One person fighting against 100 quasi-gods, even Su Yu himself felt crazy. Oh, if Master Yunyazi knew that his disciple had such a day, I wonder if he would feel relieved. Su Yu smiled gently. In the dark Xing River, a divine bone ship was galloping in the Xing River. On the bow of the ship stood a corporeal old man. His eyes were filled with a deep light that seemed to be able to see through the passage of time. I didn't expect my disciple to have grown so much in just a few years. Yun Yaz's divine bone boat had passed through the ruins of the world of divine remains several months ago. His aged face was filled with gratification. Even without me, I believe that he can still become a deity on his own. Perhaps, he can even reach a step that I have yet to reach. Yun Yazi could not understand this disciple of his, Su Yu. Su Yu was always able to exceed his expectations and burst forth with shocking potential. Yun Yazi had the intention to point out the direction of Su Yu's future, but Su Yu was always one step ahead of his expectations, which made Yun Yazi feel unfathomable. Especially after entering the Xing River, Su Yu's actions became more and more unpredictable. Purging the vermin of the Great Eastern Alliance and destroying the world of divine remains were not things that deities could do, but Su Yu had done it. Now, Su Yu had fallen into the demonic dimension, and it was unknown whether he was dead or alive. I hope it's not too late. The Demon Emperor is a man who hides his abilities well. His schemes have surpassed all the previous Demon Emperors. If Su Yu is careless, it will be difficult for him to leave the demonic dimension. A trace of anxiety appeared in Yun Yaz's eyes. The divine bone boat carried him and passed through the Xing River like a flowing light. In the agile demonic city, Qian Jun arranged Su Yu's arrangement quickly. The 60 lords that were invited were all placed in a certain guest hall in the mansion. Waves of divine power were flickering in the hall all the time. Those who were not prospective deities couldn't bear the great pressure in the hall at all. These were the prospective deities of the entire territory. Not all of them could become deities in the future, but they were absolutely a powerful force that couldn't be ignored when they were combined. Qian Jun received them well according to Su Yu's instructions and ensured that everything was perfect. Nevertheless, dissatisfaction was still brewing in his heart. Hey, the city master didn't summon us here just to have tea, did he? A bearded prospective deity stared at Qian Jun. Although Qian Jun was afraid of them, he had Su Yu's support, so he was full of confidence. He said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner, in addition to drinking tea, you can train quietly, communicate, and so on. As long as you don't violate the orders of the city master and leave the hall without authorization, everything is fine. Bastard. The bearded prospective deity slammed the table and stood up. Who are you? How dare you tell us what to do? Immediately tell the city master that if he doesn't see us, we will go back to the territory immediately. Qian Jun's face was expressionless, and he said lightly, the city master said that you can leave if you want, but once you step out of this hall, don't come back. As he spoke, Qian Jun took out a thin piece of paper, held a pen in his hand, and stared at him. May I ask who this lord is? The lords glanced at the paper and found that the names of 19 lords had been written on it. Those who were attentive would know that they were the lords who had not come to see the lord. All of their names were written down. The bearded lord was startled and suddenly lost some of his confidence. Those who didn't come were people who disobeyed orders. If the new city master was useless and incompetent, he couldn't do anything to them even if he disobeyed orders. But what if he had some tricks? Thinking about it carefully, the bearded lord was embarrassed and snorted coldly. Then let us see Her Royal Highness first, okay? No. Qian Jun said concisely. Ridiculous. The city master doesn't allow us to see him, but why doesn't he allow us to see Her Royal Highness? The bearded lord laughed angrily. Qian Jun said, this is the city master's order. It is not appropriate for you to see Her Royal Highness now. Humph. This time it was another lord who spoke with anger. Her Royal Highness has a high status. Whether we can see Her Royal Highness is not up to the city master. Tell me, where is Her Royal Highness? Let's go and visit her ourselves. Yes. We also want to impeach the city master in person. Such behavior is not worthy of being our city master. Let's go together. The city master is arbitrary. I suspect that Her Royal Highness may be threatened by the city master because of her injury. Let's go and see Her Royal Highness together. The crowd was excited. Su Yu invited them to come, but he suppressed them and made them unable to move, which caused dissatisfaction. The dissatisfaction was led to the direction of riots by the lords with ulterior motives. Qian Jun sneered, picked up the pen and wrote a few words. Wait. What are you writing? A lord found something was wrong and shouted. Qian Jun did not speak. He retreated to the side and said lightly, "Again, the city master's order has been issued. Whether you obey or disobey, I can't stop you, but you will bear the consequences yourself." After that, he left straight away, leaving the prospective deities behind. The lords who were aggressive just now suddenly became quiet, and the atmosphere was a little stagnant. No one wanted to take the lead in making trouble, especially when they didn't know the abilities of the new lord. 10 Regions Lord, you are the new subordinate of the former city master of Seawatch City. Please say something for us. After thinking for a while, many lords looked at a corner, where the young man in red had been resting with his eyes closed and had not spoken a word. His cheeks were as sharp as knives, reflecting a faint light, giving people a sense of coldness. Standing in the corner without saying a word, like a huge ferocious beast, no one could ignore his existence. As the voice came, the other lords also looked over, as if they had a backbone, waiting for the lord in red to speak. He was the 10 Regions Lord, the strongest lord of Seawatch City, and the most valued lord of the former city master of Seawatch City. Some people secretly called him the Great Lord. Because he was the only mid-stage prospective deity in Seawatch City, the 10 Regions Lord slowly opened his eyes, which were a pair of eyes that were swallowing and spitting cold light. He glanced at the crowd indifferently, then slowly closed his eyes again. Endure. After uttering these 2 simple words, he did not say another word. Although the lords were unwilling, even the Great Lord chose to endure, so they could only choose to remain silent. But at this moment, the lords suddenly changed their expressions and looked at the sky. The Great Lord also opened his eyes, swallowing and spitting light. What a strong wave of divine power. The expressions of the lords also changed constantly. They could feel that there were as many as hundreds of prospective deities in the sky. Who are they? Even the Great Lord's expression changed because there were 2 strong auras among them that even he was afraid of. Oh no. Are they enemies who are against Her Royal Highness? About Her Royal Highness being hunted, although there was no obvious evidence, they could guess. Protect the Queen. Someone roared, smashed the roof with a palm, and broke through the air. The other lords also appeared one after another, hovering outside the hall. However, one person was already waiting in the air. By the order of the city master, the lords are here to watch the battle. Without the order of the city master, no one is allowed to take action, Qian Jun said. Watching the battle. Some lords realized that Su Yu had established his power, and they were shocked and angry. Who can fight against a late-stage prospective deity? Is the city master crazy? Her Royal Highness is in danger, but he wants us to stand by and do nothing. Is he trying to frame us as disloyal and unjust? Ignore this madman, we are the people of Her Royal Highness. Let's go together and kill them to protect the Queen. Among the deities, the bearded lord's eyes flashed with a strange light, and he roared, instigating the lords. Swoosh. However, at this moment, a long halberd full of evil fatal energy pierced through the void. It was as fast as a dragon. The blade was pointed at the bearded lord who was provoking them. The long halberd of evil fatal energy appeared suddenly. When the bearded lord reacted, the long halberd of evil fatal energy was already 100 feet in front of him. The surrounding lords saw that the situation was not good, and they had already dispersed, leaving the bearded lord to hide, but the long halberd of evil fatal energy was aimed at the bearded lord. Seeing that there was no way to avoid it, the bearded lord shouted in a low voice, and a rosary bead appeared in his hands, which was made of 19 skulls. As he instilled divine power into it, the skulls immediately sent out a shock wave that pierced the soul. The nearby lords retreated, and they were surprised, soul-chasing demonic sound. The lords all activated their divine power to protect their bodies, for fear of being affected. Where the sound wave came, the long halberd of evil fatal energy shook, and it was affected by the sound wave. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the bearded lord shouted, "Lords, our city master colluded with foreign enemies and secretly ordered us to stay put. In fact, he is using the foreign enemies to annihilate us. Let's attack together, don't let him succeed." Chapter 12:15. You. The bearded lord was startled until he felt a chill in his chest and looked down. At his chest, a long sword surrounded by 5 lights pierced through his chest, dripping with his half-red, half-yellow prospective god blood. He turned his head in disbelief and saw a silver-haired young man covered in 5-colored divine light, like a god, standing indifferently behind him. The way he looked at him was like looking at an ant. "Those who stir people's hearts will be killed." The silver-haired young man turned his wrist, and the 5-colored divine light rushed into his limbs and bones. The body of the bearded quasi-god lord was constantly decomposing, turning into colorful particles, and eventually disappeared into the sky, leaving only the soul of the bearded lord, holding a weak great path god. Ah! With a scream of horror, the bearded lord teleported forward in horror. How did the other party get behind him, and what was that 5-colored divine light? It actually broke his quasi-god body into particles. Only the other quasi-gods saw with their own eyes that behind the bearded lord, the 5-colored divine light condensed, and Suyu teleported. The 5-colored divine light was full of the power of the 5 elements and seemed to be able to assimilate the 5 elements. This was Suyu's understanding of the 5 elements mountain after refining it, the flexible use of the power of the 5 elements. Everything was composed of the 5 elements. As long as the power of the 5 elements in the object was extracted, the object would be erased from the world and returned to its original state of nothingness. As for teleportation, it was another more mysterious use. Now Suyu could only teleport a short distance, and he could not do it like a god, teleporting a cavern world with a thought. He killed the traitor who jumped out first, and the lords were more or less shocked. Rumor had it that the new lord was only at the peak of all creations, but after seeing it with their own eyes, it was not the case at all. Those who disobey will end up like him. Suyu glanced coldly at the many lords, and the silver sword swept across. With a roar of unwillingness, the soul was destroyed and the great path god was taken. So ruthless. The lords trembled in their hearts. His methods were ruthless, and his heart was even more ruthless. Suyu glanced at them coldly, and no one dared to act recklessly again. Could it be that he was prepared to fight all the enemies alone? It was impossible. Boom, boom, boom. An enormous demonic cloud blotted out the sky as it surged over. Streaks of mixed divine power intimidated billions of living beings. The lords of Seawatch City wore grave expressions as if they were facing a great enemy. The strength of the enemy was far above theirs. If they really fought, they might not even be able to escape. Rumble, some of the suzerains gulped, and their hearts trembled. Some of the suzerains gradually retreated. Before the battle had even begun, he had already been defeated. Ha ha ha, everyone from Seawatch City, I trust you have been well since we last met. A mocking and cold voice came from the demonic clouds. The voice shook the demonic clouds apart, revealing 100 prospective gods with weak divine power rippling all over their bodies. The 2 leading demons stood proudly at the front. One of the purebred demons sneered and looked down at them indifferently. The one who spoke was another devil with a purer bloodline. Looking at the 2 of them, the lords of Seawatch City sucked in a breath of cold air. Middle stage prospective deity. There's even a purebred devil among them. They were both demons, but purebred demons were more powerful. Just the 2 of them were far more powerful than the 60 of them. No, there were only 59 early prospective gods left to deal with, not to mention that there were 98 early prospective gods on the other side. Hey! We haven't arrived yet, and you are already fighting among yourselves. Now that there is no leader, you have become headless flies. The half-purebred demon looked at them sarcastically. Finally, it fell on Suyu. You are the so-called new Seawatch City Lord. I thought that the one who rescued the 9th princess would be a powerful character. It turns out that you can't even control your own people. You need to kill one to scare them into fighting. TSK, it's really sad. The lords of Seawatch City showed a strange expression. The Feather Demon City Lord wanted to kill one to warn the others. Was he ordering them not to fight? Looking at the half-purebred demon sneering, the lords couldn't help but think that he was an idiot. Unfortunately, even if you mobilize all of them, you can't change the situation today. Hand over the 9th princess, and I will give you a quick death, otherwise. The half-purebred demon scolded. Chirp! 8 consecutive sharp air explosions resounded around the half-purebred demon. At the same time, the silver sword in Su Yu's palm flew out and merged with the 8 silver swords that pierced the air, trapping him and the 9 demon masters in the middle. The silver light swept across, and a large intertwined silver giant net cut the demon masters in the formation. The half-purebred demon's face changed slightly, and his whole body trembled, revealing a flesh body as hard as granite. Only a dense tinkling sound resounded on the demon body, accompanied by a series of sparks. The sword formation of the heavenly orchid silver bamboo sword could not even break the physical defense of his body, and it only brought him some pain. However, he could block it, but the other 8 demon masters who were early-stage quasi-gods might not be able to block it. The muffled sound of flesh and blood being smashed was mixed with screams. The 8 demon masters were destroyed by the sudden sharp sword formation, leaving behind a soul that guarded the source and fled in horror. But before they could escape the sword formation, from the 9th heaven, a shocking swallowing force descended, and in a breath, all their souls were swallowed up. The screams and muffled sounds stopped abruptly. All that was left was the low gasp of the half-purebred demon, and the pungent black demon blood that remained in place. Whether it was the enemy or their own side, there was a dead silence. In the blink of an eye, the 8 early-stage demon masters were crushed, their souls and god source origin were all taken away, and none of them escape. If the demon masters on their side were full of anger and sarcasm for Su Yu, then at this moment, it was fear. They finally understood how justified the bearded lord's death was. They also finally understood where Su Yu's courage to kill the enemy and let them watch from the sidelines came from. With a wave of his hand, the 9 swords flew together, like 9 silver dragons, surrounding Su Yu's body, making his cold face even more indifferent. Glancing at the half-purebred demon with red eyes and murderous intentions, Su Yu said, "Do you have any more nonsense to say?" It seemed to be irritated, and the blue veins on the neck of the half-purebred demon squirmed, and the sarcasm and playfulness on his face disappeared, replaced by ferocious and deep hostility. Good. 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 No wonder you can save the 9th princess. In this way, I have found a reason to attack. You, die for me. The half-purebred demon screamed and turned into a black afterimage. Su Yu was unmoved, but laughed and said, "It seems that without me, you won't attack. You are just a deputy, don't pretend to be the best in the world." In the face of the middle-stage demon master who was famous for his physical strength, Su Yu did not retreat, but moved forward. 9 extremely brilliant golden lights emerged from his body, and from Su Yu's mouth, he shouted 3 words. Dragon transformation technique. There was a shocking dragon roar, and in a trance, Su Yu turned into a golden dragon. At the same time, his body was covered with colorful light, and with the momentum of crashing into the sky, he fought with the half-purebred demon. Boom! The earth-shaking roar erupted from the collision of the two, and the shock wave swept in all directions. Among the enemies, there was a demon master who had just broken through. He was hit by the shock wave and flew hundreds of feet, and his body showed signs of cracking. This was a new move of the dragon transformation technique combined with the power of the 5 elements. The dragon transformation technique was strong in explosive power, but it lacked endurance. The power of the 5 elements was strong in suppression, but it lacked explosive power. The combination of the two made up for each other's weaknesses, and it broke out with unprecedented amazing power. Puff! The half-purebred demon, with a ferocious face, was shocked to the ground by this earth-shattering collision. He rolled several times in a row, spat out a few mouthfuls of demon blood, and slammed into the demon cloud. Suddenly, a burst of screams came, and there were a few unlucky demon masters who suffered undeserved disasters. On the other hand, Su Yu's golden dragon dissipated and turned into a figure covered with 5-colored divine light, standing at the place of the collision without moving. It was clear at a glance who was stronger and who was weaker. The half-purebred demon was filled with demon blood, and his heart was shocked. He could no longer say arrogant words, and his eyes were replaced by deep fear. The demon masters of the enemy's early stage completely disappeared, and they stared at Su Yu with horror. On the surface, he had the cultivation of all creations, but in fact, he was hiding the horrible cultivation of a middle-stage quasi-god. They no longer thought that this trip to kill the 9th princess was without suspense. In total, the opponent also had 2 middle-stage demon masters. However, as soon as the thought fell, the fierce silver-haired demon master said coldly, "Is that all?" Swish. As soon as the voice finished, he disappeared from everyone's eyes. It was not how fast the speed was, but the teleportation that could only be mastered by the gods. Even the purebred demon master's pupils finally shrank, and his eyes were like lightning. He glanced around, and suddenly his face changed. "Demon dragon, be careful. He is going towards you." The half-purebred demon was shocked. Even without the leader's reminder, he also felt an amazing chill coming from behind. At this critical moment, he didn't think about it and shouted, "Holy demon transformation." Suddenly, a dazzling bright red color flashed in his body, shaped like a blood vessel. Some kind of terrifying power that had been dormant in the bloodline was awakened in an instant. The blood-red light penetrated his body, condensing into a layer of blood-red armor on the surface of his body, covering his whole body. Just as the armor was completed, a golden finger covered with colorful light, full of shocking power, pierced his heart. Only to hear a muffled sound, the blood-red armor was dented by this finger, piercing into the body of the demon dragon, but also successfully alleviated the killing power of this finger. Enduring the severe pain, the demon dragon roared and slapped his palms behind him. At the same time, his body flashed forward. When he turned his head again and found the degree of distortion of the blood-red armor behind him, the demon dragon took a breath of cold air. This blood-red armor was condensed by the power of the purebred demon bloodline. Even some ordinary demons who had just broken through to the later stage of the demon master would find it difficult to break it, but it was almost destroyed by Su Yu. The power of the dragon god combined with the power of the 5 elements was terrifying. He stared at Su Yu, and his eyes changed from fear to horror. After 3 exchanges, he was not the opponent of this person at all. Just as he was about to retreat to the side of the leader and cooperate with him, Su Yu suddenly disappeared again. The demon dragon was so scared that his eyelids twitched wildly. He frantically retreated in the direction of the leader while roaring to repair the dent in the blood-red armor. With this blood-red armor, Su Yu could not kill him. Instead, he could take the opportunity to meet with the leader, and the 2 sides could easily kill this man. Thinking of the strength of the leader, the demon dragon was completely relieved and screamed, "Come on, do you think I will be afraid of you?" Puff! The amazing chill came from behind again. The demon dragon was not surprised but happy, and with a low shout, he resisted this finger with all his strength. The leader who rushed over was also cold. Su Yu happened to be in the middle of them. As long as this finger of the demon dragon did not die, he could turn around and form a pincer attack with him, killing Su Yu on the spot. Chapter 12:16. A. The demonic dragon was shocked. Realizing that the situation was dire, he immediately lunged forward in an attempt to escape. However, his strategy of resisting just now had caused him to lose the opportunity to escape. The same finger landed on the demonic dragon's back, but this time, in addition to the divine dragon's power and the power of 5 elements, there was also a power of assimilation. The blood-colored armor that was condensed by the power of blood suddenly disintegrated on its own, exposing the fatal spot on the demonic dragon's back. Then, the finger, which was full of murderous intent, penetrated the demonic dragon's back and penetrated his chest from the front to the back. What was even more horrifying was that the power of 5 elements at the fingertip flowed into the demonic dragon's body and disintegrated his body into particles, leaving only a shivering soul. After all, the blood-colored armor was an ancient bloodline, which was condensed from blood. And blood belonged to water. The water attribute of the power of 5 elements could resonate with blood and return it to the state of ordinary blood. Therefore, the finger easily broke through the defense of the blood-colored armor. Holding onto a ball of celestial energy sphere, the demonic dragon's soul screamed in horror, "My lord, save me." As he spoke, the soul turned into a ball of light and rushed towards the leader. The leader was also filled with hatred. He took out a pitch-black jar with a flip of his palm. "Come in quickly, or you will be devoured by the soul space in the sky." The demonic dragon's soul forcibly resisted the sucking force from the sky and quickly flew into the jar, taking refuge in it. Although he had lost his powerful demonic body, as long as his physical body and celestial energy sphere existed, he could recover in the future. Just as the demonic dragon's soul heaved a sigh of relief, suddenly, a black light flashed, and a cage made of the demonic god's bones fell from the sky. Looking up, the demonic dragon's soul was scared out of his wits. He said in horror, "The demonic god's heavenly prison. No. Ah!" The demonic god's heavenly prison mercilessly seized him and sucked him into it. Any soul that was sucked into the demonic god's heavenly prison would lose its self-awareness and become a slave forever. Seeing the demonic dragon's soul being sucked away, the leader was furious. With a loud roar, his figure flashed, trying to take back the demonic god's heavenly prison. Although he was fast, how could he be faster than Su Yu's teleportation using the power of 5 elements? 5-colored divine light flashed, and a hand grabbed the demonic god heavenly prison before he did. Then, both hands clenched, and the demonic god heavenly prison was activated. Instantly, a heart-wrenching scream came from the demonic god heavenly prison, and green smoke rose. This was the mystic dragon being forcefully deprived of its consciousness. Soon, the demonic god heavenly prison became deathly silent. A dignified middle-stage prospective deity was refined into a slave just like that. Just a moment ago, he was insufferably arrogant, but in the blink of an eye, he had fallen to such a state. Whether it was the enemy or the demon masters on their side, all of them felt a chill in their hearts. They stared at Su Yu as if they were looking at a horrible monster. "You're courting death." The purebred devils flew into a rage as if they had been deeply provoked. They had thought that this trip would be a one-sided massacre, but who would have thought that the demon dragon would be easily destroyed by the new Seawatch City Lord? Su Yu put away the demonic god heavenly prison and glanced at him calmly. "The demon dragon also said that I was courting death, but he was the one who died in the end. Don't say such meaningless nonsense. Next, it's your turn." The leader's ferocious face was bursting with amazing demonic energy. Thumping sounds came from his body, as if countless veins were beating at the same time. The whole sky was filled with this strange sound. Blood-red veins also appeared in his body. The difference was that there were only about a dozen demonic dragons, but he had condensed hundreds of blood-red veins. This was the difference between a purebred and a half-purebred one. The magnificent power of the bloodline gushed out of his body, and with him as the center, it continued to expand, turning into a giant demon that was 100 feet tall. Its whole body was blood-red, and it looked exactly like the leader. Holy demon transformation. The leader snorted coldly. His figure was like a residual shadow, and he swept to the front of Su Yu. A huge blood-red fist fell on Su Yu. Su Yu's eyes narrowed, and the power of the divine dragon, the power of 5 elements, and the power of assimilation were displayed at the same time. However, as soon as they touched, Su Yu's face changed slightly. 5 elements divine light appeared on the surface of his body, and he teleported away on the spot. Puff! The place where he had been standing was penetrated by the blood fist, almost breaking through the demon dimension and revealing the Star River. On the fist, Su Yu's full strength could only break less than a foot of defense, and he could not completely dissolve the blood fist. Not only was the defense amazing, far better than the demonic dragon, but the power that erupted was also far beyond the demonic dragon's. If Su Yu had not reacted in time and decisively teleported away, the punch just now would have been enough to kill him on the spot. Humph, this is the difference between a purebred demon and a non-purebred demon. Do you still think it's a joke that I want you to die? The leader looked down at Su Yu coldly, and his killing intent was even stronger. Swoosh! The leader's figure flashed again, and he attacked as fast as lightning. However, Su Yu had mastered the 5 elements divine light and avoided the battle. Although the opponent was strong, he could not do anything to Su Yu. Both sides were secretly anxious. The outcome of the battle would determine the final outcome. Many of the lords of Seawatch City were extremely nervous. Su Yu had given them hope, but the enemy's demon master had given them despair. If this continued, Su Yu would definitely be defeated, and what awaited them would be a bloodbath. Master of the 10 regions, at present, only you and the city master can fight against the enemy. For the sake of Seawatch City, I ask the Master of the 10 Regions to take action." After struggling for a while, they all looked at the Master of the 10 Regions. If they were to take action, the other side's 100 prospective deities would certainly join the battle. If only the Master of the 10 Regions joined in, the other side would be wary and might not attack with all their forces. The Master of the 10 Regions had been staring coldly at the battle between Su Yu and the leader, not saying a word. Hearing this, he could not help but sneer. Didn't he warn us not to intervene at any time? If he is so capable, why would he need me? The lords secretly smiled bitterly. The city master was really caught in a trap of his own making. Just then, the situation changed. The leader, who had been attacking for a long time without success, suddenly roared. Thousands of tentacles shot out of his giant body, covering the sky and quickly sealing off the space. Looking from the outside, Su Yu and the leader were sealed within a huge ball of blood. "Now, you have nowhere to run, don't you?" The leader sneered. The huge ball of blood rapidly shrank, so much so that Su Yu lost the distance to teleport. Seeing that Su Yu had no choice but to take the full blow of the leader head-on, Su Yu murmured, "I should be able to kill them all in one fell swoop." All of a sudden, Su Yu weaved a seal with his hands, and a surge of wood-based energy surrounded him. The leader was slightly shocked. "What a strong wood-based energy. I didn't expect you to be proficient in wood-based magical powers." Although he was shocked, he did not hold back and went all out to kill Su Yu. At the moment when his terrifying fist was about to slam down on Su Yu, vines as thick as a human suddenly sprang out from the bottom of the blood-colored ball. The vines grew wildly, filling the entire ball of blood in the blink of an eye. They were densely packed and shaped like hair. Moreover, new vines were still growing, quickly filling up the already narrow interior of the ball. The leader's punch destroyed countless vines, but most of the force was absorbed by the vines and could not harm Su Yu in the slightest. What shocked the leader even more was that the growth of the vines was endless. They quickly filled up the entire interior of the ball, forcing him to retreat continuously. When he retreated to the edge of the ball, the interior of the ball was completely filled, and he lost all space to move. Right at that moment, many tiny thorns seeped out from the vines. They were imbued with Su Yu's unique 5 elements assimilation power, and they shot toward the leader. In a situation where he had lost all space to move, even if the leader tried to block them, it would be useless. A large number of thorns pierced into his body. 1 or 2 thorns might not be able to assimilate the enormous power of the bloodline, but what about 10,000 thorns? The giant on the leader's body was like a snowman under the sun. It quickly melted, and before long, his real body was revealed. Seeing that the ball of blood had become a burden to him, the leader let out a cold grunt, retrieved the ball of blood, and quickly retreated. However, right at that moment, Su Yu's cold voice came from the countless vines. "Now!" Swoosh! A giant thorn imbued with the 5 elements assimilation power pierced through the void, suddenly piercing through the blood-colored giant on the body of the leader. The blood fog in front of the leader's chest dispersed in an instant, revealing his entire upper body, head, and chest. Swish! Without waiting for the leader to react, Su Yu teleported in front of him, transformed into a golden dragon covered in 5-colored divine light, and charged at him with the speed of lightning. This blow was enough to take his life. The masters of Seawatch City had their hearts in their throats. Whether or not the leader of the enemy could be killed depended on this round. However, they were so nervous that they did not notice that the master of the 10 regions, who had been silent all this time, had disappeared. The leader was horrified. The demonic dragon had died to the combination of these 3 powers. At the critical moment, the leader yelled, "10 regions. What are you waiting for?" "What? 10 regions?" When the masters of Seawatch City heard the leader's yell, their hearts sank. Could it be? Right at that moment, at the final juncture of the battle between the 2 sides, a red-robed figure appeared silently behind Su Yu, his eyes cold. "Got it." Poof! A pitch-black giant knife in the palm of the master of the 10 regions slashed down from the sky. This knife was the full force of the master of the 10 regions. It was filled with shocking murderous intent, second only to the leader's all-out attack. The golden elder that Su Yu had transformed into was cleaved into 2 without any suspense. Blood splattered, and the golden dragon roared sorrowfully. When the light dissipated, the golden dragon transformed into Suyu's body that had been split into two. The masters of Seawatch City were stunned on the spot. The city master was dead. He did not die at the hands of the enemy, but was killed by his own people when he was about to behead the enemy's general. The master of the 10 regions. Many of the masters of Seawatch City stared at the master who no one had expected to betray them, their hatred overflowing. It was no wonder that when the city master was in trouble, he refused to rescue him and instead mocked and ridiculed him. Just as the city master was about to succeed, he stabbed him in the back with a knife and killed him. "You evil creature!" The masters of Seawatch City were furious. It was all because of this traitor that they had lost everything. "Let's go together and kill this traitor." The masters were completely enraged by the fall of the city master. In the face of the righteous indignation of his former colleagues, the master of the 10 regions wiped the blood off his knife and said sarcastically, "A group of fools who do not understand the current situation. Even if the 9th princess did not die, now that she has been beaten back to her original form, it is almost impossible for her to return to her prime. What is the point of following such a princess? It is better to seek refuge with Her Highness the 6th princess." Chapter 12:17. Suddenly, a few screams were heard from the Seawatch City lords. 6 feudal lords were ambushed, and their bodies were shattered. 2 of them didn't even manage to escape with their souls and divine origin, which were snatched away. The ones who ambushed them were none other than the Seawatch City lords. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Figures flashed past, and as many as 13 feudal lords flew out and arrived behind the 10 feudal lords. They looked at the remaining 40 feudal lords of Seawatch City mockingly. "You've betrayed us too." The Seawatch City lords couldn't believe it. When the 9th princess was on the throne, they were so loyal. Now that the 9th princess was seriously injured, they all revealed their true colors. "It's you who don't know how to appreciate favors." The traitors didn't care. The enemy leader breathed a sigh of relief and withdrew the power of his bloodline. With a faint sneer on his lips, he looked around and said, "9th princess, I know you're watching the battle. How about it? Do you like this surprise?" No one had expected that so many lords would choose to betray them. Moreover, the betrayal of the 10 regions lords changed the situation and caused Suyu to fail. Of course, there was no answer. The leader's face was full of a victorious smile as he looked cruelly at the remaining lords of Seawatch City. "Listen to my orders, lords. It's time to reap the rewards. Wipe them out, leave no one alive. Everything they have on them is all yours." Hearing that, the traitors, including the lords, stared at each other like greedy wild wolves. They were all prospective gods, so they must be very valuable. Thinking of this, they were all boiling with excitement. On the other hand, the Seawatch City lords' faces were ashen. With 3 times the number of lords on their side and 2 amazingly powerful middle-stage prospective gods, none of them would be able to escape. Despair, unwillingness, anger, all kinds of expressions filled their faces. In the eyes of the leaders, it was the last wail of despair. "Kill." The leader coldly issued a slaughter order. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, the 13 traitors stood at the front, so they had the upper hand and were the first to attack excitedly. Puff, however, as soon as the 13 people moved, one of them suddenly exploded inexplicably. Puff, then the second, followed by the third, the fourth. The 13 early-stage prospective gods who rushed out were like mushrooms, exploding one after another in a bizarre manner. The traitorous lord who had been full of bloodthirst and excitement just a moment ago ran back in the blink of an eye. However, they were still exploding one after another. Even their souls vanished into thin air. Their bodies and souls were completely destroyed. I won't kill anymore. I won't kill anymore." One of the traitors was so frightened by the bloody and strange death that his soul almost left his body. He begged in fear while fleeing towards the sky. However, he was unable to escape the fate of death and exploded as well. In the blink of an eye, all 13 early-stage prospective deities were dead. Those who paid close attention would discover that the first to die among the 13 people were the 6 traitors who had killed their own side during the betrayal. Their hands were stained with blood. Killing 13 prospective deities in a row, what a familiar scene. As expected, Silver swords gradually appeared at the spot where the 13 traitors had died, forming the 9 Suns sword formation. It was him. It really was him. The face of the master of the 10 regions turned green, and beads of cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He twisted his stiff neck with difficulty and looked at Su Yu's corpse. The victorious smile was still on the leader's face, but his eyes had been replaced by horror. He also moved his gaze to Su Yu's corpse with difficulty. But where was the corpse? There was not a single drop of blood left, only a remnant of majestic vitality. Where is he? The master of the 10 regions swallowed hard, his heart beating wildly. He was extremely uneasy and terrified, like a person walking on the edge of a cliff and falling into the abyss. He can't be alive. I'm sure that his soul has perished too. The leader's palms were wet, and his pupils constricted as he murmured. Creak. All of a sudden, the 9 Suns sword formation moved, shooting toward a certain position in unison and circling an empty space, hovering excitedly. Staring at the empty space, the scene was dead silent. No one dared to speak. They just stared without blinking. The lords of Seawatch City had a faint ray of hope burning in their despairing eyes. On the other hand, the enemies were all extremely nervous, burning with the hope of getting lucky. It wasn't him, it couldn't be him. Swish. A soft sound was heard, and a layer of 5-colored divine light suddenly appeared in the empty space. Under the light, a handsome silver-haired demon stood leisurely. City Master. It's our City Master. The lords on their side let out earth-shattering ecstasy, as if their savior had been reborn. It was hard to imagine that not long ago, their attitude toward Su Yu was one of jealousy, contempt, and dissatisfaction. At this moment, there was only respect and excitement. In contrast, the expressions of the enemies, including the master of the 10 regions, were different. No, it's impossible. How could you still be alive after that knife? The lips of the master of the 10 regions trembled. Having seen Su Yu's combat power with his own eyes, he knew that he could not survive Su Yu's attack. Now, the resurrected Su Yu made him feel as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. Su Yu stared at the master of the 10 regions indifferently and did not answer. To be precise, that knife had indeed killed him, but he had used the divine 9-dragon cauldron to bring him back to life. The leader at the side took a deep breath and looked at the corpses of the traitors all over the ground. He looked at the lords who had been ordered by Su Yu not to attack. His heart trembled, and he uttered a thought that even he could not believe. Could it be that the ultimate purpose of you commanding them to come and watch the battle was to get rid of us and all the traitors in Seawatch City? Su Yu nodded lightly, agreeing with his speculation. The leader's voice was indescribably low. So, you were killed by the master of the 10 regions just now on purpose? Su Yu nodded again. If I didn't die, how could I have lured all the traitors out? Upon hearing this, the master of the 10 regions stumbled back a few steps. He could not believe that he had fallen into a trap. The leader was speechless. He had thought that subduing the traitors of Seawatch City on the spot would be a surprise for the 9th princess. He did not expect an even bigger surprise to be waiting for him. The 13 lords whom he had spent so much effort to persuade to surrender were quickly uprooted by Su Yu's bloody and swift methods, leaving none alive. Staring at Su Yu, the leader was fearful and full of hatred. He bellowed, "Master of the 10 regions, he won't let you off. Join forces with me and kill him." The master of the 10 regions was terrified, but now that things had come to this, there was no turning back. He yelled, "All right." At the same time, the leader ordered, "Everyone, listen to my orders. Move out and kill all the enemy lords, then find the 9th princess. Feather Demon, we'll hold him back." The full-scale battle had begun. If they found the 9th princess and used her as a hostage, Su Yu would definitely hesitate to take action. The group of lords was fighting with their lives on the line. At this moment, they had no choice but to put their lives on the line. Moreover, their chances of winning were still great. As long as the leader and the master of the 10 regions could hold Su Yu back, it would only be a matter of time before they wiped out the enemy lords and found the 9th princess. Once they found the 9th princess, the situation would be settled. Looking at the enemy lords, who were burning with murderous intent, Su Yu had a faint smile on his face. "Your courage is commendable. Unfortunately, I will not give you a chance to turn the tables. Boom. Boom. All of a sudden, thick vines spread out from under Suyu's feet one after another, extending to the sky. They intertwined and surrounded the vast space, forming a closed cage. Break out of the encirclement immediately, the leader bellowed as he attacked alongside the master of the 10 regions. The leader once again unleashed his powerful bloodline power, while the master of the 10 regions displayed his amazing blade techniques. When the two of them joined forces, their strength was no small matter. Even though Suyu was full of magical powers, he was no match for them. However, what if Suyu had an immortal body? Suyu slowly closed his eyes. In the vast ocean above his head, the giant eye of reincarnation in the soul space suddenly turned emerald. A long beam of emerald light shot out from the eye, descending upon Suyu's body and enveloping him. From afar, Suyu's entire body was exquisite and translucent like an emerald, beautiful like a fairy. At this moment, the master of the 10 regions blade fell, containing the power of the divine path, splitting Suyu into two. His soul was not spared either and was killed on the spot. However, before the master of the 10 regions could show a look of relief, Suyu, who had clearly been split into two, could still move his right hand. The power of the dragon god, the power of the 5 elements, and the power of assimilation condensed into one, piercing through the master of the 10 regions' demonic body. The master of the 10 regions looked at his body, which was gradually being assimilated, in disbelief. A dead man could still attack. His soul hugged the godly spirit and escaped the moment the demonic body turned into particles. Just when he thought that this was Suyu's final counterattack, the demonic god's heavenly prison appeared on Suyu's left palm, and he tossed it into the sky. Witnessing this unimaginable scene, the master of the 10 regions was horrified. This was not a dying blow, but Suyu was not dead at all. Get out of the way! The leader bellowed and flew over rapidly, smashing the demonic god's heavenly prison with a huge bloody fist. However, Suyu, who had been split into two, struck again. A 5-colored mountain flew out from his palm, expanding in the air until it reached 1,000 feet in size, and came crashing down. The leader bellowed and struck with both fists. However, at the moment of contact, the endless power of assimilation of the 5 elements rushed out from the 5 elements mountain, completely disintegrating the power of the bloodline in his body. Oh no! The leader was horrified. How could he have expected Suyu to have such a strange little mountain composed of the power of the 5 elements? However, it was too late for him to react now. The 9 silver flying swords in the sky, covered in 5-colored divine light and full of the power of assimilation, pierced through the leader's body. As the power of assimilation penetrated his body, it was injected into his body, assimilating his demonic body into the original 5 elements and reducing it to particles. He was left with only his soul and source. Impossible. What's wrong with you? Why can't you be killed? The leader was horrified, unable to understand the scene in front of him. He had killed him twice, but the result was an unimaginable scene. Especially now, he had been split into two and had become a corpse, so why couldn't he die? Do you want to know? All of a sudden, Suyu's body that had been split into two opened its mouth to speak. Then, the body closed again, and even the shattered soul was healed. Such an unimaginable scene made the 2 middle stage prospective deities gasp. You have an immortal body. They looked at the emerald light that enveloped Suyu's body and were horrified. Suyu smiled lightly. To be precise, it's the domain of life. In this domain, I have eternal life. No matter how many times you try to kill me, you can't kill me. Alright, I've answered your questions. Go on your way with peace of mind. Boom. The demonic god's heavenly prison was detained again, and the 2 middle stage prospective deities were all taken into it. Suyu grabbed the heavenly prison, rubbed his hands together, and immediately refined them. In the heavenly prison, the leader's roar of unwillingness and despair could be heard. Your Royal Highness, please save us. Crack. It seemed that he had crushed something, and from the demonic god's heavenly prison, a shocking divine power suddenly penetrated out. Chapter 12:18. Ah. Her Royal Highness, what are you doing? Ah. However, the divine power did not save the leader, but obliterated his soul. She was trying to silence him. At the same time, the magnificent divine power emerged, carrying the murderous intent of the gods, penetrated the demon god's heavenly prison and headed towards Su Yu. Even Su Yu was surprised that there was a sudden attack from a god. Was the sixth princess so unscrupulous that she dared to expose her god? However, after careful observation, Su Yu found that this divine power was very familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere before. Wait. The owner of this divine power is… Su Yu suddenly remembered, and his eyes suddenly became cold. It's you. I didn't expect you to be behind this. The murderous intent lingered in Su Yu's eyes. He raised his hand and grabbed the 5 Elements mountain in his palm. He sneered and said, "This gift is for you." Sizzle. From the belly of the 5 Elements mountain, a black airflow suddenly rolled out. It was faintly discernible and did not seem to be a tangible thing. The ultimate misfortune of the god of doom, the fallen god Misfortune. Enjoy it. The black airflow was forcibly wrapped by the power of the 5 elements, stripping the 5 Elements mountain and colliding head-on with the divine power. The black airflow seemed to have no power at all, and was silently melted by the divine power. However, this was the horror of the power of Misfortune. Even if they were far apart, they could exert misfortune through the objects of the other party and kill people silently. The divine power struck, and Su Yu said, "Evil god." Swish. In Su Yu's soul space, the figure of the evil god appeared. Compared to the last time it appeared, its body was larger, and its breath was more majestic. It was very close to a late-stage quasi-god. The evil god glanced at the divine power, smiled, and swallowed it with a dog mouth. "Boy, did you do something big again?" The evil god glanced at the quasi-god corpses all over the ground, its eyes rolling. Su Yu said impatiently, "Go back to your kennel, and I will give you more celestial origin god." How could he not see that the evil god was after these celestial origin god? "Ari, I killed the heavens and slaughtered the earth, a god emperor, a romantic life with countless beauties, but in the end, only you love me. This god emperor has decided that if I can return to the peak, I will give you anything you want, including this god's women." "Your woman, what race is she?" "Of course, a dog. Keep it for yourself." Hey, don't go. My women are all peerless beauties, they are all amorous." After killing 2 middle-stage prospective deities, Su Yu looked coldly at the many early-stage prospective deities who were still trying to break the cage of vines. Everyone who was swept by Su Yu's gaze felt as if they had been electrocuted. They were terrified and could not help but stand rooted to the ground, not daring to move. They all stopped and waited for Su Yu to decide their fates. "If you don't want to die, open your mind and submit to me," Su Yu said indifferently. Not only did the lords not make things difficult for him, but they were also overjoyed. According to the custom of the demon clan, the captives after such a life-and-death battle would most likely be executed and their celestial energy sphere taken away. Su Yu's willingness to take them in was really a pleasant surprise. Compared to death, why not submit to him? It was one thing for them to attach themselves to their leader, but why couldn't they attach themselves to this powerful new leader? Even if he didn't submit wholeheartedly, he could still muddle through his current predicament and look for an opportunity to escape in the future. Glancing at them and taking in everyone's expressions, Su Yu sneered. What he wanted was surrender. How could he allow them to be half-hearted? His eyes emitted obscure soul fluctuations, and the Imperial Soul Realm was activated. With their souls open, they were all under Su Yu's control from the depths of their souls. Half an hour later, a total of 90 intact early-stage prospective deities knelt in front of Su Yu with heartfelt respect. "Greetings, Master. From now on, we will follow Master's orders." The corners of Su Yu's mouth curled up into a faint smile. These were all prospective deities. Not to mention the Great Eastern Alliance, even in the vast demonic dimension, they were peerless strong men who stood at the top. Now that they had become puppet-like subjects, one could imagine what kind of huge power Su Yu had mastered. If used properly, Su Yu would be like a tiger with wings. At this time, the lords outside the sealed cage were eagerly probing. There had been no movement in the cage for a while. How could they not be worried? Su Yu cleaned up the battlefield, taking away the storage space and the celestial energy sphere of the leader and the master of the 10 regions. He also took away all the resources and celestial energy sphere of the dead prospective deities on the ground. He had gained amazing resources and wealth. Many of them were also of great use to the creatures of Jojo. In particular, these celestial energy spheres could greatly benefit God Kylin and the evil god's recovery. With a thought, the vines all over the sky turned into emerald green vitality and all returned to Suyu's body. This was also the reason why Suyu had the heart of eternity and a strong vitality. If it were an ordinary person, even if he was proficient in the magical powers of the Mu race, he could never support so many vines. The lords who were probing outside suddenly found that the cage was opened. They immediately glanced over, and when they found that 90 enemy lords were intact, they were horrified and hurriedly retreated, ready to fight a bloody battle. The Yu demon was most likely dead. My lord. Only Qian Jun, who was familiar with Suyu's scent, flew forward immediately, his face full of excitement. However, he was also surprised by the 90 prospective deities standing behind Suyu. Suyu said, "They have already surrendered to me. Don't be afraid." Ah! Qian Jun and the other lords gasped. So many of them surrendered to Suyu? However, after thinking about it carefully, if they were in Suyu's shoes, they would also surrender to him. Qian Jun slowly came to himself. He was shocked but also excited. Congratulations, my lord. You have recruited so many useful people. A total of 90 strong demon masters, plus the remaining 40, made a total of more than 130 strong demon masters. None of the deities under the jurisdiction of the 9th princess had so many strong demon masters. Congratulations, City Lord. The remaining 40 city lords all came forward to congratulate him. At this point, they were completely convinced by this city lord. Although he didn't have the strength of a deity, in the entire Seawatch city, no one was qualified to be the city lord except him. Suyu glanced at them. This time, he had won a great victory and achieved all 3 goals. First, wipe out the strong enemies planted by the 6th princess in Seawatch city and eliminate the hidden dangers. Second, remove the hidden traitors and nip them in the bud. Third, capture the hearts of the people and secure the position of the city lord. This battle was Suyu's first battle in the demon dimension, and it was also a crucial battle. After cleaning up the hidden dangers, the next step was to plot the big plan. Everyone, return to your respective territories with me and eliminate the remaining evil. Suyu looked at the 40 prospective deities and said, "The main force planted by the 6th princess was eliminated, but there must be other personnel responsible for intelligence, infiltration, and other tasks. These were also hidden dangers that could not be ignored. We will obey the city lord's order." At this moment, no city lord dared to disobey. Suyu was willing to accept the surrender of the enemy, but he killed the demon masters who betrayed him. It showed that the city lord could not tolerate traitors. In addition, Suyu's eyes were cold. "I ordered 3 days ago that all the city lords must arrive. 5 of them are still on the way, and 14 are not moving." Hearing this, the city lords just remembered and couldn't help but secretly rejoice. Fortunately, they came and didn't underestimate this city lord, otherwise, Qian Jun, passed the order. The 5 city lords who are still on the way will be stripped of their positions and replaced by their successors in the territory. Since they can't come to see me, there is no need to come to see me again. Stripped of the position of the city lord directly? How ruthless. Any prospective deity who achieved the position of the city lord worked hard for a lifetime to get it. But overnight, they had nothing. Again, the 14 city lords who are not moving, led by Qian Jun and the demon masters behind me, kill them separately and leave no one alive. What? He wants to kill them? This is too cruel, isn't it? Even Qian Jun was shocked. He had killed 14 traitors, and he still wanted to kill those who were not moving. They don't obey the city lord's order. Even if they don't have the intention to betray, they are wavering. What is the use of keeping those who are disloyal to me and Her Royal Highness? Suyu said ruthlessly. The master of the 10 regions was right about one thing. The 9th princess was beaten back to her original body, and it was almost impossible for her strength to return to its peak state. The Jingyu realm would be in a weak state for a long time. These wavering fence-sitters could fall to the enemy at any time and stab the Jingyu realm in the back. Instead of constantly guarding against them, it was better to eliminate them all. Anyway, at present, Su Yu did not lack strong city lords. Yes. Qian Jun's eyes were firm. After today's betrayal, especially the betrayal of the Master of the 10 Regions, which almost turned the world upside down and killed all of them, he stopped being soft-hearted. The rest of the city lords also had cold sweat on their foreheads. Fortunately, they had Her Royal Highness in their hearts and arrived in time. Otherwise, they would be the ones who died. This new city lord looked young, but his temperament was decisive and ruthless. The order was issued, and the city lords went back one after another. Qian Jun also led the surrendered demon masters, divided into 14 groups, and killed the wavering city lords. When there was no one around, Su Yu said lightly, "Puppy, why don't you come over?" Swoosh. A furry white figure emerged from a hidden ruin and obediently came to Su Yu's feet. It looked at Su Yu with a strange look that had never been there before. Behind it, the agile demon master followed with a guilty look on her face. She thought that she was the only one who thought about the safety of Her Royal Highness. It turned out that the one who considered the most was the feather demon who abused the princess. She was about to speak, but was interrupted by Su Yu. "Continue to guard your agile demon city. In that case, you did not betray the enemy with Puppy. Get up." The agile demon master's face was red and ashamed. She was completely convinced by Su Yu. "City Lord, please go back to the mansion and rest for a while. After the battle just now," the agile demon master said. "No, I will go to Sea-Watch City now. The city lord has fallen for many days, and there is no leader. In addition, the 6th princess has infiltrated the city. It must be settled as soon as possible, otherwise, all the previous efforts will be in vain." Su Yu grabbed Puppy and did not stop for a moment. He led the rest of the surrendered demon masters and flew away. The agile demon master was stunned and silent. She did not know that a woman in a black dress walked away from her silently and caught up with Su Yu's pace. If she really rebelled at the critical moment, what awaited her would be a fatal blow from the Black Phoenix. In a secret room of the 6th princess's mansion, a man and a woman sat opposite each other. The woman was delicate and exquisite, with a beautiful appearance and a clever look between her eyebrows. It was the 6th princess. Sitting opposite him was a middle-aged man with a calm expression and relaxed brows. If Su Yu was here, he would definitely recognize that he was the book deity who was involved in the demon dimension. They surrounded a disc. Through the disc, they could vaguely see the situation far away in the territory of the agile demon city. At this moment, a dark airflow suddenly passed through the disc and crossed the sky. The book deity suddenly opened his eyes, and there was a look of horror in his eyes. The god-fallen misfortune of the god of doom? Not good. Chapter 12:19. No matter how good he was at predicting things, he could not have predicted that the fallen god of doom would leave behind an ultimate misfortune. What was even more unexpected was that this misfortune would appear on a silver-haired demon. In the blink of an eye, the book deity quickly teleported away. Unfortunately, misfortune was not a physical attack. As early as when he crossed the border to attack Su Yu, the misfortune was released along with the divine power he released. The black airflow followed the book deity like a shadow and penetrated his body without any hindrance. A faintly discernible black mark appeared on his forehead. The book deity was shocked and immediately used his divine power to expel it. After a while, his eyebrows were deeply wrinkled, and his face was extremely gloomy. As the legend had it, misfortune could only be suppressed and could not be resolved, but it would not be suppressed for too long. As a book deity, he knew everything in the world. Because of this, he knew that misfortune was almost impossible to resolve, except for a few methods. It's the god of doom from the land of the gods. It's strange, isn't he dead? How can there be an ultimate misfortune left in the world? The 6th princess's pretty eyes turned slightly, and she was surprised. From beginning to end, she seemed very calm and did not even try to stop the misfortune from possessing the book deity. The book deity's face was sullen, and his pupils were filled with hatred. Who else could it be except the feather god? Huh! The pretty face of the sixth princess raised her eyebrows sharply. It's him. A trace of coldness appeared in her crystal eyes. She did not forget that it was Su Yu who single-handedly destroyed the eyes and ears of the demon world in the galaxy, the land of the god. She also did not forget that it was Su Yu who attracted the god of death, causing the transmission of the 9 demons' god-sealing ring to collapse. She and her 7th brother were almost involved in the sea of bitterness. If the demon emperor had not intervened, the consequences would have been unimaginable. The first 2 grievances could be forgiven, but now it was him who ruined her plans. Feather god, feather demon. The 6th princess chuckled, and her smile was exceptionally cold. In the galaxy, you have repeatedly ruined my plans. When you came to the demon world, you went against me everywhere and sabotaged my plans. If I don't kill you, it will be intolerable. The book deity's heart was heavy and full of hatred. He had finally escaped from Su Yu's trap in the world of divine remains. Who would have thought that he would fall into Su Yu's trap in the demonic dimension and be struck by the deity perishing misfortune? Book deity, as a princess, it's not convenient for me to intervene in the affairs of the Jingyu realm. It's also not convenient for me to let the deities under me take action. Otherwise, it would be too easy to leave traces and be punished by the Demon King. However, you are a deity from the outside world. Even if you turn the Jingyu realm upside down, it has nothing to do with me. Therefore, I'll leave the feather god to you. The book deity was silent. The 6th princess would be punished for her actions, but wouldn't he, an outsider, be punished? He was afraid that he would receive an even more terrifying punishment. I understand your concerns, but you only need to attack the feather god and eliminate him. As long as you don't touch the 9th princess, you won't alarm the demon emperor. The book deity seemed to be thinking. Don't worry. If you're able to capture the feather god alive, then I'll naturally ask my imperial father to help you expel the divine perish misfortune. In the entire galaxy, the only one who can expel the deity perishing misfortune is the #1 expert of the galaxy, the demon emperor. The book deity finally nodded after getting the conditions he wanted. There were not many forces in the world that could resolve the deity perishing misfortune, and the power of the demon emperor was one of them. No wonder the 6th princess watched the book deity being possessed by the deity perishing misfortune. It turned out that she was waiting here to conveniently control him and make him do things for her. I can attack, but can I kill him? The hatred between the book deity and Su Yu was indescribable. No. I only want him alive and in good condition. Su Yu had to get his hands on the nature-defying ability that could reverse demonization, no matter how hard he tried. The book deity was angry. The enemy was right in front of him, but he could only catch him and not kill him. How painful was that? However, there was no change in his expression. Yes. When he finished speaking, he turned into a breeze and dissipated in the secret room. Seawatch City, as the place guarded by the 9 deities of the Jingyu realm, was extremely prosperous. Commerce, population, and all walks of life had achieved unprecedented development. Compared with the Great Eastern Alliance, the Jingyu realm, as a demon city, was more advanced. It was rumored that the demon world was chaotic, had a harsh environment, and killed each other everywhere. However, what he saw with his own eyes was peace and prosperity, far better than the Great Eastern Alliance. Just the comprehensive strength and resources of Seawatch City alone were equivalent to half of the Great Eastern Alliance. There were 81 prospective deity demon masters in one city. How many prospective deities were there in the Great Eastern Alliance? No more than 200. Staring at Seawatch City in the void, Su Yu increasingly felt the insignificance of the Great Eastern and Western Alliances. There was no need for the entire demon army to be dispatched. Any prince or princess could easily conquer the Great Eastern Alliance by leading the creatures of their respective realms. What the hell is going on? If the demon world really wanted to destroy the Great Eastern Alliance, it would have been destroyed long ago. Why are they being so cautious and spending hundreds of years to arrange it? Su Yu's doubts deepened. This question could only be answered by the members of the royal family. It seemed that it was necessary to help Puppy recover some of its strength, at least to allow it to communicate freely. Surrounded by dozens of surrendered prospective deities, Suyu sat in the City Lord's mansion. This mansion was left by the previous City Lord. Not only was there the work of the deities everywhere, but even the mansion's treasure vault was preserved. After inspection, Suyu was pleasantly surprised. Many of the resources were used by the deities. They might be useless to Suyu, but they could bring unexpected benefits to the evil god and god Kailin. Of course, there were also many resources that Suyu could use, especially the resources for breaking through to the mortal fairy level. After quelling the previous crisis, Suyu had a hunch that the next crisis was not far away. This was a rare opportunity for him to break through to the mortal fairy level. After reaching the mortal fairy level, both the heaven's sun gazing at air and the celestial energy sphere would be greatly benefited. His strength would be improved by leaps and bounds again. The only problem was that Suyu was a human. If he caused the strange phenomenon of the demon race when he broke through to the mortal fairy level, it would not be a good thing. Therefore, he had to find a way to shield the strange phenomenon when he broke through. As Suyu was thinking, Shao-Er walked up behind him. Qian Jun was responsible for leading the army to suppress the disobedient city lords. Shao-Er took her father's place and conveyed the orders for Suyu. She looked like Suyu's trusted aide. City Lord, the Demon Cloud City Lord has sent a messenger to see you. The Demon Cloud City was one of the 9 great cities of the Jingyu realm. The City Lord was a genuine deity. Well, bring him to the reception hall, Suyu said. He was the new City Lord, so it was not surprising that other City Lords would come to visit him. What was uncertain was whether the visitor was good or evil. As for the other 8 City Lords, it was uncertain whether they were still loyal to the 9th princess. Perhaps when the 9th princess was at her peak, they were loyal. However, with the 9th princess's current state, it was possible that she was disloyal. After Shao-Er left, Suyu summoned the 9th princess and stroked her furry head. Puppy, looking at the cities, are there any deities that you think you can trust? Suyu asked, hoping for the best. Puppy thought about it very seriously and shook her head. Was there really no one? Puppy was also aware of its situation. No one could be trusted now. There was no one he could use. Suyu could not help but frown. The enemy was the 6th princess who had many deities, including the book deity. If there were no deities he could use, he would feel uneasy. Didn't you have something on them to force them to obey you? Puppy shook her head. Did you contain their backup plan to prevent a situation like today? Puppy shook her head again. Suyu's blue veins throbbed. He stared at her and said, as a princess, what do you usually do? Eat. Puppy spat out a word with great difficulty. What else? Ha. And then? Play. Enough, you useless princess. Suyu had a headache. As a member of the royal family, didn't she know that the cruelty of the competition was far greater than that of mortals? When mortals competed, there was only winning and losing. The competition of the royal family was life and death. In the vast demonic dimension, there were only the demon emperor and 9 descendants of the royal family. Where were the brothers and sisters of the demon emperor? Without a doubt, they were lying in a pool of blood. Puppy bared her teeth in protest, meaning to say, try calling me useless again, I will bite you. If that's the case, you have no means of controlling the 9 deities under your rule, and you have no backup plan to coerce them. You have fallen into this situation today, and I really can't sympathize with you at all. Suyu felt a headache. There were 8 deities who were out of control, and any one of them harbored evil intentions, would be a great hidden danger. Judging from the current situation, the emissary of the Demon Cloud City most likely came with ill intentions. After a while, in the reception hall, the emissary of the Demon Cloud City was a middle-stage prospective deity, a rare purebred demon. The emissary of the Demon Cloud City pays his respects to the Feather Demon City Master, the emissary said, looking at Suyu in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. Shao-Er frowned slightly and yelled, "What a rude emissary. It is basic etiquette to kneel on one knee when paying respects to the city master. Even a little demon king like me knows that. Don't you?" Because he was an emissary, he should know the proper etiquette. The emissary said calmly, in the Demon Cloud City, heroes are judged by their strength. To earn respect, one must have the corresponding strength. His words were undoubtedly aimed at Su Yu. A mere peak all creations wasn't worthy of him kneeling in front of a deity. Sho'er yelled, "How dare you? How dare you slander the city master? I am just telling the truth. If you insist on convicting me for this, I have nothing to say," the emissary said placidly. Sho'er laughed in anger. This emissary was too arrogant, and he didn't take Su Yu seriously at all. The news that Su Yu had been appointed as the new city master had spread. However, the news that he had killed 3 middle-stage prospective deities in the Agile Demon City hadn't spread yet. If the emissary in front of her knew about this, he wouldn't dare to be so presumptuous. She was about to argue, but Su Yu waved his hand to stop her. He said, "You are a guest. I don't care about etiquette. Tell me, why did the Demon Cloud City Master send you here?" The emissary looked at Su Yu as he took out a token that was emitting a black metallic glow. It was the divine token of the Demon Cloud City Master. "Seeing this token is like seeing the Demon Cloud City Master," the emissary said softly as he held the token in his hand. His eyes were fixed on Su Yu as if he was waiting for Su Yu to make a move. Su Yu sat on the main seat without moving an inch. He said calmly, "Did the Demon Cloud City Master send you here just to show me the token?" The emissary took back the token and said in an equal manner, "I was ordered by the Demon Cloud City Master to represent the Demon Cloud City Master to discuss a matter with the Sea-Watch City Master." "What?" Su Yu raised his eyebrows slightly. The Demon Cloud City Master really didn't take him seriously at all. They were both city masters, but the Demon Cloud City Master had sent his subordinate to discuss with Su Yu. In other words, Su Yu was merely a middle-stage prospective deity in the eyes of the Demon Cloud City Master. Even Sho'er, who was beside him, was furious when she heard this. The Demon Cloud City has gone too far. Chapter 1220. Looking down on Su Yu was the same as looking down on the 9th princess. Even if he still respected the 9th princess, he would never do such a deliberately humiliating thing. Su Yu had a calm look on his face. If it had been any other person in a higher position, they would definitely not have accepted such a demeaning negotiation. However, Su Yu accepted it. "Well, what's the matter? Tell me," Su Yu said leisurely, leaning on the main seat. "Ah." Sho'er was quite surprised. In her mind, Su Yu wasn't the kind of person who would swallow insults and humiliation silently. The emissary stared at Su Yu with disdain in his heart. He had the position of city master, but he did not have the strength to hold it. Sooner or later, he would be humiliated. The more Su Yu humbled himself, the more the emissary despised him. Inadvertently, he sat up straight and exuded his usual majesty. He said, "The Demon Cloud City Master has ordered that Her Royal Highness is seriously injured and needs to be properly protected by powerful subordinates, in case the thieves take the opportunity to harm Her Royal Highness. Therefore, I am specially ordered to come and invite Her Royal Highness back to the Demon Cloud City." "What? Take Her Royal Highness?" Sho'er and Puppy were both shocked. It was such a request. Su Yu, on the other hand, seemed to have expected it. He thought to himself that it was indeed for this matter. He believed that the Demon Cloud City Master was not the only one. Now that Her Royal Highness was seriously injured, whoever protected her would be the spokesperson of Her Royal Highness. If the Demon Cloud City Master summoned the other city masters to see him in the name of Her Royal Highness, who would dare to disobey? Disobeying Her Royal Highness would be regarded as betrayal. Anyone with the slightest bit of ambition would have such a thought. Moreover, there was the possibility that some of them would take Her Royal Highness away and hand her over to the 6th princess to be secretly executed. "You need to ask Her Royal Highness for this matter," Su Yu said lightly. The emissary secretly mocked him. Giving in so quickly was much more cowardly than he had imagined. "Then please ask Her Royal Highness to come out. I believe Her Royal Highness will make a wise choice," the emissary said. Swoosh. A furry snow-white beast jumped out from under Su Yu's feet and looked at the emissary with its bright black eyes. The emissary was startled, and his face suddenly changed. He knelt on one knee and said respectfully, Demon Master Tianling of the Demon Cloud City pays respect to Her Royal Highness. It was rumored that the 9th princess had been beaten back to her original body. As the emissary, he would naturally learn about the princess's original body in advance. Therefore, he immediately recognized that the snow-white little critter in front of him was the 9th princess. Puppy nodded lightly and said 2 words with difficulty, "Rise." The emissary got up, bowed, and said solemnly, "Your Highness, please move to the Demon Cloud City. The Demon Cloud City Master is very concerned about Your Highness's safety and is willing to protect Your Highness with his life." Puppy snorted coldly in her heart. "Ridiculous. You don't even want to see me, so how can you protect me with your life? If he still had the slightest bit of me in his heart, it wouldn't have been you, a little emissary, but him. I'm not going." Puppy simply stated her intention. It was not stupid. None of the 8 gods could be relied on. Su Yu, on the other hand, was the only person who had no reason to kill her, even though he had treated her badly. The emissary was not surprised. After all, Yu Demon was the savior of the 9th princess, so it was natural for her to trust him. "Your Highness, you may not know this, but the Demon Cloud City Master has found out that a group of mysterious assassins has infiltrated the Sea-Watch City, intending to harm Your Highness. If you don't leave as soon as possible, Your Highness' safety will be at risk." Although it seemed like he was trying to comfort the Demon Cloud City Master, it was actually a threat. Puppy sneered even more inwardly. Since the Demon Cloud City Master knows the existence of those killers, why didn't he take any action? Now he's using them to threaten me. Fortunately, the Yu Demon has wiped them out. As she thought about it, Puppy suddenly felt that it was safer to be held by Su Yu for the time being. Otherwise, she would have probably died in the hands of that group of people. "The Sea-Watch City Master is enough," Puppy uttered with difficulty. The emissary frowned slightly. Even this kind of threat did not work. "Forgive me for being blunt, but the current Sea-Watch City Master's strength is low and insignificant, and he is not strong enough to deter the rascals. I hope Your Highness will consider Lord Demon Cloud's suggestion seriously." "There is no need to consider it. I will only stay in the Sea-Watch City." The emissary frowned deeply. Since persuading Her Highness the 9th princess didn't work, he could only threaten this idiot city master. Facing Su Yu, the emissary naturally straightened up, raised his head, and puffed out his chest. "Sea-Watch City Master, maybe you have just taken office and don't understand the temper of the Demon Cloud City Master. Since he has asked you to do this, I advise you to do as the Demon Cloud City Master says. It will be good for everyone." As he spoke, the emissary took out a pitch-black skull, which contained the liquefied power of the demon god. "This is a reward from the Demon Cloud City Master for saving Her Highness." The emissary placed it on the table and said to himself, "If you cooperate well with the Demon Cloud City Master, the benefits are far beyond your imagination. At least, a word from the Demon Cloud City Master will save you a lot of trouble. Besides, if your performance satisfies the Demon Cloud City Master, he can also consider helping you eliminate the unknown strong men hidden in the city. This is to help you stabilize your position as the city master, and it is something that can only be encountered by chance." Su Yu looked at the emissary with a faint smile and listened quietly to the benefits he was promised. Seeing that Su Yu was unmoved, the emissary thought to himself, could it be that he wants more benefits? Humph, he is really greedy, but it is not surprising. From a nameless little demon, he has leaped to the level of a city master. It is normal for a villain to reveal his greedy nature after he has achieved success. It seems that he needs to be taught a lesson. The emissary leisurely took a sip of tea and put on a fake smile. Perhaps the Sea-Watch City Master still doesn't know his situation. "Do you think you can really become the city master after getting the edict of Her Highness? Without the approval and support of the other city masters, I can guarantee that you will not be able to hold your position for half a month. Either you will be overthrown by the city masters under the jurisdiction of the Sea-Watch City, or you will be killed by the hidden killers. Haha, maybe you are naive enough to think that the edict of Her Highness is everything, right? The reality is that in the eyes of many, the Sea-Watch City Master is nothing." His words were no longer courteous, and he said indifferently, "Don't blame me for being blunt. This is for your own good, to let you know your place. At this point, he no longer concealed his contempt for Su Yu. Alright, that's all for now. Hand Her Highness over to the Demon Cloud City Master, and you will be rewarded by the Demon Cloud City Master. If the Demon Cloud City Master is in a good mood, he will help you get rid of the hidden strong men, which will play a decisive role in stabilizing your position as the City Master. If you don't hand it over, I guarantee that you will be thrown out very soon. The emissary stared at Su Yu, waiting for him to make a decision. Su Yu was still smiling as usual. Haha, didn't I tell you? As long as Her Highness is willing, I will not stop you. But Her Highness is not willing, the emissary threatened. Su Yu said, so, I will stop you. Yes. The emissary frowned, put down his teacup heavily, and squinted. Sea-Watch City Master. Are you sure you know what you are talking about? Say it again. I said, I will stop you. Su Yu said calmly, and the smile on his face disappeared, replaced by calmness. The Demon Cloud City Master sent a deaf man as the emissary. Does he have no one else he can use? The emissary was surprised. How dare this small fry, who had achieved success overnight, treat him like this? How dare you? The emissary slammed the table and stood up, his eyebrows knitted into an inverted 8. How dare you insult the Demon Cloud City Master? How dare you insult him in front of his face? That was the reason why he was furious. Sending a deaf man to visit me, I am the one who is insulted. Su Yu said calmly, waving his sleeves. Go back and tell the Demon Cloud City Master that Her Highness is not willing to go back, and I am not willing to let her go. This matter is over, and there is no room for negotiation. Yes, by the way, remember to send a smarter emissary next time. As the host, Su Yu ordered the emissary to leave. Both sides had shed all pretenses of cordiality, and there was no room for negotiation. The emissary laughed angrily. What a despicable man. You don't know what you are worth. I gave you some pointers about your situation, and it turns out that you are an arrogant fool. Su Yu's eyes turned cold, and he looked at him indifferently. Haha, how dare you look at me? Do you really think you are the Sea-Watch City Master? Stupid thing, I have never taken you seriously. The emissary no longer concealed his contempt and spoke bluntly. His eyes swept past Su Yu, and he did not take him seriously at all. He stared at the dog hiding behind Su Yu and said, I am ordered by the Demon Cloud City Master to take Her Highness back no matter what and accept the protection of the Demon Cloud City Master. If I have offended you in any way, please forgive me, Your Highness. The emissary bellowed and went forward to capture the dog. The dog trembled with anger. It was like a tiger being bullied by a dog. How could a mere middle-stage prospective deity be so unscrupulous? Did he still take her, the Empress, seriously? Stop. I will not go to the Demon Cloud City. Those who disobey will be killed. The dog was so angry that it uttered a series of words. However, the emissary turned a deaf ear to it. He strode forward and said seriously, Sorry, forgive me for not being able to comply with Your Highness's orders. For the sake of Your Highness's safety, Your Highness must be taken to the Demon Cloud City. The dog was infuriated, and the murderous intention rose in its heart. You, how dare you? The emissary ignored it directly, and a sneer flashed in the depths of his eyes. Did an outdated highness still think she was the former empress? With a sneer, he swept to the front of Su Yu with his hands behind his back. Without looking at Su Yu, he pushed him away with his shoulder and went straight to the empress. That condescending look was vivid and incisive. However, the imagined scene of Su Yu being knocked to the ground and howling in distress did not happen. Instead, when his shoulder was about to hit Su Yu, it was as if he had hit a ball of cotton. What? The emissary was slightly surprised. He glanced over and only saw a remnant of 5-colored light. Where was Su Yu? Wait. Was this teleportation? Just as he was in shock and bewilderment, a tremendous force suddenly came from behind him. The emissary was caught off guard. He only had time to punch his fists backhandedly before he was hit by this tremendous force. The force was so great that it could overturn mountains and seas. It rushed into his body and shattered his fists, knocking him to the ground. He rolled a few times and smashed half of the hall before he stopped. From the ruins, The emissary crawled out with his mouth full of blood and his face covered in dirt. He looked at the place where he had stood in shock. Chapter 12:21. P.S. Don't rush to play after reading it. Remember to vote for your monthly votes first. You can enjoy double monthly votes for the 515 Fan Festival now. You can also take a look at other activities where you can get red packets. The emissary was a little confused. He looked at Suyu and then around him. He didn't know who had attacked him. What? Shoa put her hands on her waist and said angrily, "You forced the city master to attack. Now, as you wish, you deserve it." The emissary's pupils constricted slightly. He looked at Suyu in disbelief. What? It was you? That attack was as powerful as a middle-stage prospective deity. How could it be done by a mere all-creation? Impossible. The emissary shouted coldly. Who attacked me just now? Come out. Suyu walked over calmly and said calmly, the emissary of the Demon Cloud City is not only deaf but also blind. As soon as he finished speaking, Suyu transformed into a ray of colorful divine light and disappeared in an instant. When the emissary saw this, Suyu teleported 3 feet in front of him. Under his horrified gaze, Suyu held the long halberd made of evil fatal energy in his hand and stabbed it toward his chest leisurely. The long halberd contained deadly energy. Suyu's teleportation finally woke the emissary up from his stupor. It was him. It was really him. An all-creation cultivator had the strength to threaten him. Forced to accept this reality, the emissary wasn't convinced. Instead, a competitive spirit rose in his heart. He sneered. You hid your strength well. Then, let me, a little overlord, experience the supreme divine ability of the city lord. Immovable Vajra. As the long halberd approached, the emissary shouted in a low voice. The surface of his body was like pieces of tofu, flickering rapidly with a bronze color. The evil fiend halberd, which was filled with divine power, stabbed into the bronze body like a small knife stabbing into granite. With a crisp sound, the long halberd was repelled. A long halberd full of evil fatal energy? Is this what you're relying on? The emissary sneered. That's how a villain gets his way. It's easy for him to be blindly arrogant. Although the weapon is good, the controller is weak. What's the use of it if he can't exert its full power? Swish. He flipped his hand and took out a pitch-black cane. The cane was covered with ferocious barbs, and pitch-black demon blood was left on the barbs. The demon blood more or less contained a trace of weak divine power. Countless quasi-deities had died under this crutch. I'll let you see the power of the first lord of the Demon Cloud City, so that you can wake up and know what you're worth. The emissary weighed the crutch in his hand, and the corners of his mouth curved into a cruel smile. Whoosh! The emissary moved like a sudden clap of thunder. The crutch in his hand was like a phantom as he pierced through Suyu. However, the feeling told the emissary that it was just an afterimage left behind by Suyu. Repeating the same old trick. Have you run out of tricks? The emissary was not surprised. Instead, he had a look of disdain on his face. He suddenly turned around and sneered. Here. Clang. The sound of metal clashing rang out as the crutch struck the entity. At the same time, the evil halberd once again pierced forward as expected. The emissary did not dodge. His eyes were full of sarcasm. You know that this move is useless, but you still want to use it. Do you have no other moves to use? I feel sorry for you, is that so? Suyu, who was in front of him, had a silver sword covered with colorful lights in his left hand. The evil halberd in his right hand was also covered with colorful lights at some point. Hiss! Suddenly, the emissary felt a chill in his chest, followed by a stinging pain. He looked down subconsciously, and his pupils suddenly shrank to the size of a needle. You! The evil halberd penetrated his chest easily like a piece of paper. It penetrated his chest from the front to the back. The halberd penetrated his back and pierced the beating black heart out of his body, making a powerful beating sound. Then, Suyu's halberd shook, and the demon heart suddenly shattered. The evil-killing aura within the evil-killing halberd surged into his body like a tidal wave. In an instant, it filled his entire body. Even his eyes turned pitch black. Ah! With a roar of horror, The emissary forcibly shook off the evil halberd. The heart in his chest was reformed, and even the wound was healing. The evil energy in his body was also suppressed. After repeated use, the power contained in the evil halberd gradually weakened. Now, even a middle-stage quasi-god could not be killed with one blow. However, with the evil energy in his body, the emissary also lost most of his strength. What is that 5-colored divine light? It assimilated my chest into the power of 5 elements in an instant. The emissary growled in a low voice. Bang! What answered him was the 5 elements mountain. He tried to avoid it, but he was still knocked away, and his body was covered in blood. Shora showed no sympathy. She sneered, "You are still so arrogant. You are courting death." Whoosh! The 5 elements mountain rose again and smashed down with overwhelming force. The emissary glared at Suyu fiercely. He stepped back and shouted, "Fine. I will remember what you said today. I will convey your words to the Demon Cloud City Master. I hope you won't regret it in the future." Humph! Bang! The 5 elements mountain shot out a magnificent power of 5 elements and bombarded the emissary, who was retreating. This time, his body was cracked, and he was almost smashed into pieces. "That's enough." The emissary got up and shouted angrily, "You are so aggressive just because you have a few treasures." Suyu said calmly, "You are the aggressive one, aren't you?" The emissary said coldly, "Humph! I will pay you back for today's humiliation." He turned around and tried to leave. However, as soon as he left, another power of 5 elements descended from the sky and bombarded him again, making him roll on the ground. This time, before the emissary could shout, Suyu said, "Who allowed you to leave?" "What?" The emissary's face stiffened. He said angrily, "What do you want?" "I am the emissary of the Demon Cloud City Master. Even if the 2 countries are at war, the emissary will not be killed." This was why he was so fearless. If he offended Suyu again, he wouldn't dare to do anything to him. Suyu said leisurely, "Emissary? Which country's emissary would resort to violence on the spot? And which country's emissary would try to abduct Her Highness? Just now, Her Highness has said that she is unwilling to go to the Demon Cloud City. Those who disobey will be beheaded. You openly disobeyed the will of Her Highness and abducted her by force. You have betrayed Her Highness. You are a traitor who is not allowed to stay in the 9 cities of the Jingyu realm. Everyone has the right to kill you." Swish! The 5 elements mountain fell with a rumble. The enormous power of 5 elements suppressed the emissary, making it difficult for him to move. He tried his best to resist the 5 elements mountain that was slowly descending. He shouted, "How dare you! I am the First Lord of the Demon Cloud City. I am ordered by the Demon Cloud City Master to kill me. Do you know how serious the consequences will be?" He panicked. He was really panicking. Suyu really dared to kill him. Is the Demon Cloud City Master very powerful? Unfortunately, this is Sea-Watch City. No matter how powerful he is, he can't control me, Suyu said coldly. The emissary looked anxious and shouted sternly, "Think about it carefully. Without the Demon Cloud City Master, can you secure the position of the City Master? Stop dreaming." Beside him, Shoa couldn't stand the emissary's benevolent look. She sneered and said, "Are you talking about the various lords under your jurisdiction? It's a pity that they used to be as arrogant as you. After witnessing the power of my lord, they have all pledged allegiance to him. You don't have to worry about my lord's position as the City Master." "What? Such a thing happened?" The emissary was shocked. However, with Suyu's strength, it was not impossible for those timid and weak lords to submit to him. One of the trump cards that he thought he had was useless. "Humph! What are you so proud of? Did you forget that I said there were many mysterious killers in Sea-Watch City? All of them are here for the princess. Without the protection of our Demon Cloud City Master, with just you guys, Humph. It's not that I'm looking down on you, but within half a month, all of your heads will be removed. As far as I know, there are at least 2 middle-stage prospective deities and hundreds of early-stage prospective deities. Without the help of the Demon Cloud City Master, do you think you can stop them?" Shoa looked sympathetic. "I sympathize with you, really. Shouldn't you have asked around before coming? The so-called mysterious killers you mentioned were sent by the sixth princess, weren't they? One of them is a purebred demon, and the other is a half-purebred demon called Mo Long, right? How did you know? The emissary was shocked and couldn't believe it. He didn't even know the specific identity of the intruder. Shoa laughed. Of course I know, because the two of them were killed by my lord on the spot. As for the other 100 early-stage prospective deities, they all surrendered to my lord and swore loyalty to him. What? The emissary gasped. 2 middle-stage prospective deities and 100 early-stage prospective deities. Such a huge lineup was annihilated. At this point, Shoa finally exhaled and sneered. You came as if you were giving alms. You said that as long as you served your city master well, you could help my lord secure the position of the city master. To be honest, at that time, I thought you must have been sent by the demon cloud city master to make my lord happy. The emissary was in no mood to pay attention to Shoa's sarcasm. He was sweating all over. The confidence that he was so proud of was shattered into pieces. The villain that he looked down on had crushed him in terms of strength. The fact that he knew the weakness of the new city master was just a joke. So, what right did he have to negotiate with Su Yu? Seeing that the 5 Elements mountain was getting heavier and heavier, the emissary's face finally softened, and he said sincerely, I have offended you before. I hope you can forgive me. I am an emissary, and I hope you can forgive me. It sounded like he was admitting defeat, but there were still some remnants of his voice when he said, the humiliation I suffered today will be returned in the future. I don't forgive you. You are the master of a city, the emissary said. In other words, a city master should have the magnanimity of a city master. Didn't you say that according to the rules of the Demon Cloud City, strength is respected, and positions are just fleeting clouds? My strength is not comparable to other city masters, so you can't treat me as a city master. So, I don't need to forgive you as a city master. Hearing that, the emissary's face turned pale. Wasn't that what he said to Su Yu in the beginning? He didn't treat Su Yu as a city master because strength was respected in the Demon Cloud City, not positions. It was he who blocked all his escape routes. Coming in front of the emissary, Su Yu said indifferently, I don't mind that you were rude to me and looked down on me. There are so many people in the world, and many of them look down on me. How tiring would it be to deal with them one by one? So, I let you go and let you go. But you were too presumptuous, so I can't be merciful anymore. After saying that, the 5 Elements mountain came crashing down. The emissary couldn't resist at all and was completely suppressed under the mountain. Shoa trotted over, feeling relieved. My lord, how should we deal with him? Chapter 1222. P.S. Don't rush to play after reading it. Remember to vote for your monthly votes first. Now, on the 515 Fan Festival, you can enjoy double monthly votes. You can also take a look at other activities and give out red packet. Of course, this is the easiest way to deal with it. The silver sword in Su Yu's left hand flashed and cut off his head. Then, he captured his soul with the demon god's heavenly prison and took away his celestial energy sphere. Keep the head well. If envoys from other cities come, Shoa, you are in charge of receiving them on my behalf. If they are not friendly enough, show them this head, Su Yu said calmly. There would be more than one envoys from each city. What about the Demon Cloud City Master? Should I inform him? Shoa asked. Yes, just inform him casually. As Su Yu had expected, 3 days later, 2 more envoys arrived at the same time. Like the Demon Cloud City Master, they only sent 2 prospective deities to negotiate on their behalf. In the reception hall, the young Shoa greeted the 2 prospective deity envoys like an adult. We represent the city master. Why should we negotiate with a little mortal fairy like you? I represent the Sea-Watch city master. Why can't we have the same status? Shoa asked. What a joke. Everyone knows what kind of thing your Sea-Watch city lord is. What qualifications do you have to be mentioned in the same breath as our city lord? Ask him to come out, we have something to discuss. Haha, there was an envoy who came to negotiate like you before. He didn't end well, Shoa said with a faint smile. Cut the crap. We don't care who you are. We want to see the Sea-Watch city master. I will give you an hour to ask him to come here immediately. Oh, I will ask him to come. You can enjoy this gift first. Shora stood up gracefully and put down a jade box that contained the head. Then, she walked away lightly. Ah, the first lord of the demon cloud city, Zhao Yunfei. What? It's him. How did he die? Shora turned around and said, shouldn't he be killed for offending a city master? Oh, it was our city master who did it himself. All right, you guys take your time to admire it. I'll go call the city lord over. He'll definitely be very happy to see you guys. He said that if he were to meet an arrogant emissary like Zhao Yunfei again, he would gladly receive him. This was too much. Chu Yunfei's battle prowess was above theirs, and he was the #1 city lord of the Demon Cloud City. The Demon Cloud City Lord was known as the #1 city lord of the 9 cities, and even his envoys were killed, let alone them. Wait, Miss Shora, we've thought it through. Indeed, we should do as you said. We just need to discuss. There's no need to alarm the Sea-Watch City Lord. The messenger glanced at Zhao Yunfei's widened eyes from the corner of his eyes. His heart trembled. Shora asked curiously, huh? Didn't you say that we must summon the city master here in an hour? That's a slip of the tongue. Miss Shora must have misheard. Ha ha, ha ha ha, oh, all right then, let's talk. In half a month, 5 or 6 envoys came one after another. Those who were unkind or domineering at first became well-behaved after seeing Zhao Yunfei's severed head. Some of the envoys didn't even mention taking away Her Highness. They just said a few perfunctory words and left in a hurry. At the same time, the news of the battle in Agile Demon City finally spread to the various cities. The news that Su Yu single-handedly wiped out hundreds of early-stage prospective deities and 3 middle-stage prospective deities completely shocked them. Since then, no more envoys came, let alone talk about taking Her Highness away. Sea-Watch City regained its peace. However, an unknown crisis lurked in the calm. In the bustling city, a middle-aged man with a white face and a black mark on his forehead was walking. His eyes were shining with a deep light. He had no breath from head to toe, just like an ordinary person. Looking at the mansion of the city master from afar, the white-faced middle-aged man couldn't help but flash with murderous intent. However, he quickly suppressed it and walked in the bustling city as if nothing had happened. He was extremely vigilant as he walked towards the mansion. Having fought with Su Yu many times, the book deity was conceited and well-versed in the knowledge of the world. However, if he were to evaluate Su Yu, he would have to say that his intelligence was close to that of a demon. He was meticulous in his thinking and set traps at every step. The book deity, who had suffered many losses, didn't feel that his caution at the moment was superfluous. He even had no doubt that Su Yu would have been waiting for him for a long time if he broke into the mansion. In the mansion, Su Yu was indeed waiting. However, it wasn't the book deity who came. It was another deity, an unexpected deity. In the reception hall, Su Yu received him personally. The visitor was a white-haired old man. He was old in the truest sense of the word. Intuitively, Su Yu could feel the weakness of the white-haired old man, which was almost the same as that of the crane deity. The life of a deity also had an end. The decline of the godly spirit was a sign that a deity was dying of old age. Such a deity who was about to die took the initiative to find Su Yu. What was more worth mentioning was that he was also one of the 9 city masters, the purple-eyed demonic god. He was ranked 9th and was the weakest deity in the 9 cities. At this time, the city master came to visit in person. Su Yu had to take him seriously. Purple-eyed demonic god, did you come here just to find a place to close your eyes and rest? Su Yu was slightly surprised. After the purple-eyed demonic god came here, he didn't say a word and sat with his eyes closed. Hearing this, the purple-eyed demonic god's eyelids moved slightly and opened a pair of eyes. It was a pair of rare purple eyes, which were surrounded by a mysterious light. Looking into these eyes, Su Yu's heart trembled slightly, and he had the illusion that he had been seen through. Ha ha! The purple-eyed demonic god's voice was hoarse, with a sense of vicissitudes of life. When he opened his mouth, there was a natural smell of decay. This was the unique smell of a deity who was about to die. It's not as good as seeing you in person. No wonder you could save a deity from the giant of the bitter sea. You have the power of the heavenly law that transcends time and space. When the purple-eyed demonic god opened his mouth, Su Yu's face changed. He saw through his power of time and space at a glance and knew that he saved the tree god from the giant of the bitter sea. It was confirmed that he was not present at that time, but how did he know? Su Yu narrowed his eyes, and killing intent slowly floated in his eyes. Haha, don't be in a hurry to do it. The means you arranged should be prepared for another deity. If exposed, the effect will be greatly reduced. The purple-eyed demonic god laughed. Su Yu's pupils shrank slightly. He even knew this. He had been guarding against the arrival of the book deity, but his arrangement was seen through by this old guy. Old man, you know too much. The purple-eyed demonic god laughed. The other deities also said so no deity trusted me, except for Her Royal Highness the Ninth Princess. That's because she is too stupid. Su Yu believed that most people would not let go of such a character who could know their secret existence at any time, right? Any trust? Probably only the heartless Guwa would take him in and let him be the master of a city. Ha ha! The purple-eyed demonic god looked at Guwa, who was lying at Su Yu's feet. He seemed to have discovered the 9-color mark in Guwa's body, but he did not point it out. So, the purple-eyed demonic god came to visit me specifically to take Her Royal Highness away? The purple-eyed demonic god chuckled and shook his head. I am old and do not have the spirit of a young man. I dare not be an enemy of the other 8 city masters. Whoever got Her Royal Highness would become the target of public criticism. This was a consensus in the Jingyu realm. Oh! Could it be that you are too lonely and came to me, a junior, to talk about life and relieve your loneliness? Su Yu said indifferently. Exactly. The purple-eyed demonic god's answer choked Su Yu. I am indeed looking for you to talk about life, the purple-eyed demonic god said seriously. Su Yu's heart was in a mess. However, we are talking about the life of my heir. I am old and have no life to talk about, the purple-eyed demonic god said softly. Su Yu listened patiently. A dignified god came to visit, there must be a purpose. My heir has inherited my divine path and is now in the process of breaking through the divine position. When I fall, the divine position will be vacant, and my heir will naturally get the divine position, the purple-eyed demonic god said. If everything is normal, after my fall, my heir will also become the city master. However, after you came to the demon realm, everything is not normal. Sure enough, in the end, it was Su Yu. Attracting the giant of the bitter sea ashore, causing Her Royal Highness the 9th princess to be seriously injured, and causing the 6th princess to be restless. The gods of the Jingyu realm have different thoughts. It was a peaceful paradise, but because of your arrival, it fell into turmoil. I don't know if you have realized that you are the source of the turmoil. The purple-eyed demonic god's purple eyes flashed, as if he had a deep meaning. The source of the turmoil? Looking back carefully on Su Yu's life, everywhere he went, there was chaos. In the Zhenlong continent, in Jiuzhou, and in the Xing River, everywhere he went, there was bound to be a storm of blood. From the lowest level of martial artists to the gods, they all fell in the turmoil. After being reminded by the purple-eyed demonic god, Su Yu also realized that his life was really chaotic. Especially recently, when he came to the Great Eastern Alliance, he massacred the hidden traitors of the demon race among the 100 gods, setting off a storm of blood. The sky wept blood, and all things mourned. When he came to the world of divine remains, the gods fell, the 8 cavern worlds were destroyed, and the world of divine remains was erased from the world. When he came to the demon realm, he attracted the giant of the bitter sea ashore, and finally caused the Jingyu realm to fall into chaos. This was the turmoil caused by Su Yu unconsciously. If he had consciously guided it, half of the demon realm would have fallen into turmoil. So, you didn't come to eradicate me, the source of the turmoil, did you? Su Yu looked calm. If the purple-eyed demonic god wanted to kill him, he would have done it long ago instead of waiting until now. The purple-eyed demonic god smiled. Of course not. There is no benefit in killing you, and from the means you have arranged, I may not be able to kill you. Oh. Then what do you want to do? The purple-eyed demonic god smiled. Didn't I say that I want to talk about the life of my heir? I want to entrust my heir to your care. Since he could see through many of Su Yu's secrets, he should have seen through Su Yu's identity outside of the galaxy. He even dared to hand over his heir to Su Yu. I don't like to do troublesome things, Su Yu refused without hesitation. My heir has also inherited my divine path and understands all things in the world. So I can't keep him. Do I look like someone who likes to let others know my secrets? You don't. However, you can sign a contract, and you and the people related to you will not be able to see through. It's too troublesome. Haha, so I will support you in whatever you do next, including dealing with the other 8 gods and what you are going to do in the demon realm. Su Yu raised his eyebrows, stared at the purple-eyed demonic god, and said lightly, "Your eyes are really annoying. However, if they are only annoying to the enemy, that would be great." A smile appeared on Su Yu's face. They had reached a deal. Su Yu would help him take care of his heir, and the purple-eyed demonic god would help Su Yu in his limited life. Now, Su Yu was surrounded by enemies on all sides and was in urgent need of gods he could trust. The purple-eyed demonic god was the best help. Of course, Su Yu also had doubts. Chapter 12:23. Did you choose me just because I'm the source of chaos? Since you know, then you should know that I'm surrounded by danger and that I could lose my life at any moment. It's hard for me to understand what you're doing. The purple-eyed demonic god's eyes flickered with a deep penetrating light. The source of chaos will indeed cause chaos, but it is an endless blessing to oneself and the people around you. You should know this very well. To your enemies, you bring destruction, but to the people around you, you bring endless benefits. For example, the 2 gods with weak auras on you. They should have been dead gods, but by following you, they have been nourished by good fortune and have recovered part of their godly spirit. It is only a matter of time before they return to godhood. My understanding is that the source of chaos destroys everything, but it gains benefits from the destruction to strengthen itself and the people around it. Your experience is enough to prove this theory. So, if my successor stays by your side and receives your care, he will benefit greatly. On the other hand, if I leave him alone in the Jingyu realm, I'm afraid he will suffer a mishap before he can mature. After all, the 8 gods could hardly tolerate the growth of a new god who could see through their secrets. As it turned out, he was trying to preserve his divine path inheritance and prevent it from being extinguished by the other 8 gods. Alright, if your successor hasn't grown up and you die first, I'll take care of him for you until he becomes a god. Su Yu pondered for a moment, then chose to agree. But, let me warn you first. Don't expect me to disregard everything for him. He will stay by my side, and his status will be that of my subordinate. Sure. The purple-eyed demonic god agreed without hesitation, as if he was afraid that Su Yu would go back on his word. This old man. Su Yu secretly wondered if he had suffered a loss. When you can't do it anymore, hand over the successor to me, Su Yu said. Although the purple-eyed demonic god was weak, he should be able to hold on for a few more years if there were no major changes. The purple-eyed fiend celestial agreed readily. In that case, I'll now assist you in chasing away that foreign god that you're wary of. Consider it a little bit of my sincerity, the purple-eyed demonic god said with a chuckle. Su Yu's expression turned cold. Has he already arrived in the city? Yes, he is loitering outside the mansion. As a deity, it was easy for the purple-eyed demonic god to sense the book deity's presence. Su Yu's eyes flickered. You can only drive him away. The purple-eyed demon god rolled his eyes. What else can I do? With my current strength, I won't be able to stop him even if I risk my life. The purple-eyed demonic god was not a battle-type god. The most powerful thing about him was that pair of eyes that could see through the world. However, Su Yu was a little reluctant to drive the book deity away. With a pensive look in his eyes, Su Yu asked, "Can you detect his weakness?" "Let me try." The purple-eyed demonic god closed his eyes, and a mysterious ripple spread out from his eyes. Not long after, the purple-eyed demonic god opened his eyes, which were filled with astonishment. Strange, this person is like a whirlpool, bottomless. This is the first time I've met such a god. As he spoke, the purple-eyed demonic god felt embarrassed and said, "Let me try again." There is no need for that, as this person is really unfathomable. Suyu wasn't disappointed, and he revealed a look of approval. He had always felt that the book deity was terrifying. Suyu didn't find it strange that he was different from ordinary people. I can only use the dumbest method. Suyu's eyes flickered. I hope the purple-eyed demonic god can lend me a hand and lure it out. The purple-eyed demon god asked, "What is it?" "He will only dare to attack when you leave." Suyu's eyes flickered. The purple-eyed demon god understood tacitly. "You mean, I will pretend to leave, wait for him to attack, and then cooperate with you to kill him?" "Exactly." After thinking about it, the purple-eyed demon god nodded and agreed. He stayed in Suyu's mansion for half a day, pretending to leave. In fact, he hid somewhere outside the city, waiting for Suyu to give orders. In the city, the book deity, who had been watching the mansion, was indifferent and did not take action immediately. He said indifferently, "Are you trying to lure me to attack?" Having suffered at Suyu's hands several times, the book deity was very careful about Suyu's every move. 1 day passed, 2 days passed. When half a month passed, the book deity was still very patient, waiting quietly. Time passed slowly, and finally, a month had passed. At this time, a wave of divine light suddenly appeared above the mansion. It was the purple-eyed demon god who had clearly left, and he had returned. The book deity's face revealed an expression of "I knew it. It won't be so easy to trick me again, Suyu." His eyes flickered slightly, and the book deity disappeared from Seawatch City. In the mansion, the purple-eyed demon god appeared in front of Suyu and sighed. "The book deity is really patient. It seems that he should have guessed your plan." Frowning slightly, Suyu said, "What a troublesome character. This person is so cunning. I'm afraid it will be very difficult to lure him out," the purple-eyed demon god said. Suddenly, the purple-eyed demon god's expression changed slightly. "Wait, he left." "Left?" Suyu's eyes showed a thoughtful look. "Did he give up?" the purple-eyed demon god asked. Suyu shook his head and frowned slightly. "No. Based on my understanding of this person, he will most likely find another way, and he will use some dangerous means." "What does he want to do?" "If he suddenly left, where would he go?" Inadvertently, his eyes swept over the purple-eyed demon god, and his eyes revealed a look of understanding. "Purple-eyed demon god, I guess he is likely to go to your territory." "What?" The purple-eyed demon god was slightly shocked. "He is going to deal with you." "Why did he come to my mansion?" "A diversion," Suyu said calmly. "Creating chaos in your territory, forcing you to leave. This is the book deity's conspiracy." "No, it is an overt conspiracy. Even if you know his plan, you still have to rush back to your territory." The purple-eyed demon god's brows were deeply furrowed. In his territory, he could ignore everything else except his heir. If the book deity found out, the consequences would be unimaginable. The purple-eyed demon god was in a difficult position. If he went back to rescue him, he would undoubtedly fall into a trap. Without the purple-eyed demon god's help, it would be difficult for Suyu to deal with the book deity alone. Right at this moment, Suyu said, "Purple-eyed demon god, you should go back quickly." "Then you..." The purple-eyed demon god was shocked. When he met Suyu's half-smiling eyes, he seemed to have understood something. "You want to, we will beat him at his own game." Suyu looked calm. "As long as the timing is right, we will definitely be able to give the book deity an unexpected heavy blow." "Beat him at his own game?" The purple-eyed demon god understood and showed a look of approval. A moment later, the purple-eyed demon god left the mansion and quickly rushed back to Purple Eye City. This time, he really left. Just 2 days after he left, a wave of divine light quietly spread throughout Seawatch City. A divine shadow descended fearlessly into the city master's mansion. The book deity stood in front of a rockery and stared indifferently at Suyu, who was drinking alone in the pavilion. The two of them looked at each other from afar, their gazes colliding with silent sparks of murderous intent. The book deity put his hands behind his back. "You have no one to rely on anymore, right? The 9 deities of the Great Eastern Alliance are not here, and the newly befriended demon god can no longer help you. I really want to know who else is going to save you." Suyu looked calm and smiled faintly. You are always very confident, even though you were defeated by me. Chapter 1224. Suyu's eyes flashed, and a terrifying evil energy suddenly shot out from between his eyebrows. A huge black dog stretched out its black dog paw, holding a long halberd densely covered with evil energy, and stabbed out instantly. The book deity seemed to have anticipated this sudden attack. Sure enough, his figure flashed, and he quickly teleported, leaving only a piece of divine light pierced by the long halberd of evil fatal energy. The book deity stared at the huge black dog in front of Suyu. You are the mysterious remnant soul that the Azura god mentioned, aren't you? Not bad, you don't look like an ordinary deity. 1/10 of the remnant soul's power is already at the level of a late-stage prospective deity. If you recover to your peak, I'm afraid no one in the entire Xing River, except for the Demon Emperor, can be your opponent. The black dog rolled its eyes and laughed strangely. You don't look like an ordinary deity either. You're so strong even though you're distracted by suppressing the deity perishing misfortune. It was not surprising that the attack failed. The evil fatal energy in the halberd was far less than before. At first, the black dog held the long halberd, and its combat power reached the level of a deity. When it joined forces with the book deity, it could fight against the Azura god, who ranked 4th in the Great Eastern Alliance. Now, it was not even at the level of a deity, let alone killing the book deity. Fortunately, the book deity needed to suppress the deity perishing misfortune, and his strength was not as strong as before. Otherwise, he could have killed the black dog's remnant soul without dodging. However, the book deity was a deity after all, and his divine power was not comparable to that of the evil god. Swoosh! In an instant, the two fought again. After 10 rounds, the book deity's eyes flashed, and 30% of his divine power gathered at his fingertips. He pointed at the long halberd that was stabbing at him. Suddenly, the long halberd formed by the evil fatal energy could no longer withstand it. It suddenly collapsed into evil fatal energy and dissipated in the void. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the book deity's finger suddenly pointed at the black dog like a flash of lightning. Having lost its weapon, the black dog's expression changed slightly. It had to use its body to resist this blow. It had been taken care of by Suyu for a long time, and its celestial energy sphere had recovered a lot. It was confident that it could resist this blow. However, just as he was about to hit the target, the corner of the book deity's mouth revealed an imperceptible strange expression, and a faint grey force swallowed and spat out from his fingertip. That power was the divine power of the Azura god. When the black dog noticed, its eyes widened and it hurriedly teleported away. However, how could the book deity's finger, which was filled with killing intent, be easily blocked? Just as the black dog's soul was about to be destroyed, another soul suddenly lunged at it without warning. His soul hugged a mass of mid-stage prospective deity god source and detonated it directly. The book deity frowned slightly. He had no choice but to retract the divine power on his fingertips to protect his body. Boom boom boom, an earth-shattering roar radiated out, and a small half of the mansion was turned into a bottomless black pit. The pavilion Suyu was in had also been razed to the ground. Somewhere in the sky, the black dog teleported and appeared in a flash. Suyu was sitting on its back. It's all thanks to you, kid. This god's life has been saved. The black dog said resentfully, its eyes narrowing slightly. This is more troublesome than I thought. He actually collected a lot of the Azura god's divine power from its self-destruction. The Azura god's godly power is several times stronger than the book deity's. Suyu was also slightly surprised. The book deity still had this trick up his sleeve. When the smoke and dust dissipated, the book deity was unscathed under the protection of his godly power. He stared at Suyu indifferently. I told you, there will be no exceptions this time. Swish, the book deity attacked again, and the godly power of the book deity and the Azura god emerged from his body at the same time. The black dog bared its teeth and charged forward. However, there was a colorful hill in its paw. The godly power and the power of 5 elements intertwined, bursting out amazing fluctuations that shook the Sea-Watch city. All living creatures were shocked. Both of them were shaken back. The book deity stared at the colorful hill and said coldly, No matter how many treasures there are, it is difficult to exert all of their power. So what? As soon as he finished speaking, he teleported again and attacked again. The black dog had the colorful hill and the power of 5 elements to assist him. He could barely defend himself, but it was difficult to reverse the situation. The two sides fought fiercely, constantly teleporting out of the city. Wherever they passed, the earth was destroyed, and even some of the weaker cavern worlds were directly bombarded and collapsed. The fluctuations here quickly spread to the other 8 cities. Indistinctly, the fluctuations of a few deities flashed by. The book deity's face fell. It was not good for him to prolong the battle. No one knew whether the deities who came to watch the battle would suddenly attack him. After all, he was a deity from the outside world. However, Su Yu's existence was very tricky. Every time he suddenly made a killing move to annihilate the remnant soul of the black dog, Su Yu would always sacrifice a self-exploding soul from the demonic god's heavenly prison to interrupt the killing move. The strongest of those self-exploding souls were middle-stage prospective deities, and the weakest were early-stage prospective deities. However, even as a deity, he could not ignore them. The battle between the two sides was white-hot, and the black dog was gradually exhausted. The godly power produced by the godly spirit couldn't keep up with the consumption. "Boy, I can't hold on any longer," the black dog said. Su Yu frowned slightly. "Hold on for a little longer." Looking up at the endless sea, Su Yu's brows furrowed even more. At this moment, the book deity suddenly retreated, and his eyes flashed with determination. "There is no other way." Swish, he took out a book named Star River Scripture. This was another book with a cavern world inside. The difference was that the astonishing fluctuations coming from the book belonged to the wild beasts of the galaxy. Several roars came from the book faintly. The book deity fiercely bit the tip of his tongue and spat out a mouthful of divine blood on the Star River Scripture. Suddenly, it seemed that the seal suppressing the monster was opened. From the Mountain River Scripture, a deity-level wild beast that looked like a strange fish rushed out. The enormous deity's aura rolled in all directions like a tsunami. After the deity-level wild beast appeared, it stared at the book deity greedily as if it was still tasting the divine blood of the book deity. The book deity gritted his teeth and spat out another mouthful of divine blood. There were more than 100 drops, which was 10% of the divine blood in the book deity's body. The deity-level wild beast opened its huge mouth and swallowed all the 100 drops of divine blood. After that, the deity-level wild beast turned its head contentedly and stared at the evil god and Su Yu with murderous eyes. The black dog's pupils shrank sharply. Did the other party directly summon a deity-level wild beast? Staring at the book, the black dog was shocked. Su Yu was also very surprised. He didn't expect the evil god to have such a backup plan. Moreover, there was obviously more than one wild beast in the book. "These are the wild beasts that I have captured during my travels in the Star River. I intended to keep them to assist the demons when they counterattack the Great Eastern Alliance in the future." The book deity's face was slightly pale. Consuming 10% of his divine blood was not a small price for him. "Today, you should feel lucky that I used them on you." Su Yu couldn't understand the book deity's thoughts at all. Why did the previous book deities crazily destroy the Great Eastern Alliance? Did the Alliance ever treat the book deity's family badly? No. Even though they knew that the previous book deities were disloyal, they still placed the fallen book deities in the tomb of the god of sin, which was extremely preferential treatment. Shaking his head, Su Yu said coldly, "Unreasonable." As he spoke, the wild beast opened its bloody mouth and suddenly attacked. The book deity also moved at the same time, cooperating with the wild beast. Two deities attacked at the same time. Even if the black dog had the help of 2 5 elements mountains, it would be useless. At this critical moment, Su Yu sighed helplessly. "There is no other way, I can only open it again." Suddenly, the space between his eyebrows wriggled as if something was turning inside. Then, a dark crack slowly opened, revealing a silver-white eyeball. The eyeball was filled with inhuman ferocity and greed. There was also a wild, ancient, murderous aura leaking from the eyeball. As soon as the aura appeared, all the creatures in the entire area trembled uneasily, as if they were being stared at by something terrible. Even the gods who were hiding to watch the battle could not help but feel the fluctuations of their divine light, and they were almost exposed. Compared with the ferocious aura of the wild beast, in front of this ancient ferocious aura, it was like a small mountain in front of a great wizard. The god-level wild beast, which was originally rushing over fiercely, could not help but show fear in its eyes when this aura appeared. It suddenly stopped and hesitated to move forward. The book deity was taken aback. The Dao Tai's eye. Or is it a semi-mature Dao Tai's eye that has undergone a transformation? Dao Tai, like the ancient legends, had a ferocious name deeply rooted in people's hearts. Su Yu did not say a word. The Dao Tai's eye suddenly opened, and the silver eyeball condensed into a vortex. In the center of the vortex was a small dark dot, as if the end of the vortex was endless silence. The vortex erupted with an endless sucking force, shrouding the book deity and the god-level wild beast. As gods, after being shrouded by this force, all the divine power in their bodies was condensed, and they became like ordinary people, allowing the sucking force to slowly pull them over. If it was a mature Dao Tai's eye, they would have been swallowed directly by now, instead of being slowly pulled over. Evil god! Su Yu shouted in a low voice. The evil god understood, and suddenly flashed behind the book deity with the 5 Elements mountain in his hand. The 5 Elements mountain in his palm enlarged infinitely, condensed into a giant of 1,000 feet, and smashed down fiercely. This blow was enough to destroy the divine body of the book deity, who had lost all his divine power. At this critical moment, the book deity fiercely bit the tip of his tongue again, this time spitting out a total of 200 drops of divine blood. The divine blood sprinkled on the body of the wild beast, and automatically condensed into golden chains. The chains were pulled, and the huge body of the god-level wild beast was forcibly pulled, and in an instant, it blocked behind the book deity. Bang! With a violent muffled sound, accompanied by a scream, the body of the god-level wild beast was smashed by the 5 Elements mountain. The escaped soul could not continue to resist the sucking force of the Dao Tai's eye, and it was instantly swallowed. The devouring was completed, and it was a great supplement for the soul of a god. The Dao Tai's eye closed again. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the book deity's eyes flashed, and he resisted the weakness caused by the serious loss of divine blood, turned into a divine light, and attacked Su Yu. The evil god's blow fell, and there was no time to save him. You really deserve to die. The book deity rarely spoke in a stern voice. This time, he had lost 30% of his divine blood, and with the deity perishing misfortune, it would take at least 100 years of meditation to return to his peak state. At this moment, the book deity had an impulse to give up on capturing Su Yu and kill him instead. Seeing that Su Yu was about to be captured, suddenly, a wave of divine light suddenly came over. The extremely cold divine power descended from the sky, blasting the book deity's body. The book deity was already an arrow at the end of its flight, so how could he withstand the blow of a complete god? Puff! The book deity's body was cracked, and divine blood splashed, sprinkling on the ground. Looking up, his pupils shrank fiercely. Purple-eyed demonic god. You! The purple-eyed demonic god flew to Su Yu's side and sneered. I went back, didn't I? The feather demon was right, your purpose was to distract me, and you may not really cause substantial damage to the Purple Eye City, so as long as I really left and returned to the Purple Eye City, you would definitely attack me. Therefore, I went back, but I left immediately. Your every move is completely under the control of the feather demon. The purple-eyed demonic god looked at Su Yu and secretly sighed that this man could see through people's minds. Although this man did not have the mystery of the purple-eyed demonic god's detection, with his unparalleled wisdom, he was terrifying. Being plotted against by Su Yu again, the book deity was very gloomy. Why was he tricked by this man again? However, the book deity was extremely decisive, and a touch of decisiveness flashed in his eyes. He once again took out the Star River scripture. However, as soon as he took it out, the purple-eyed demonic god's divine light flickered and snatched the book, lest he released another deity-level wild beast. The book deity snorted coldly and teleported. However, as soon as he moved, the black dog grabbed the 5 Elements mountain and suddenly attacked from behind, forcing the book deity to dodge and have no time to open the Star River scripture. The purple-eyed demonic god also attacked with all his strength, cooperating with the black dog to suppress the book deity, who was gradually losing ground. The purple-eyed demonic god, in particular, posed a fatal threat to the book deity. He bombarded his body 3 times in a row, and his body had been smashed. Only one last attack would completely destroy his body. The book deity was furious. It was impossible to catch Suyu again, and he could only wait for another opportunity. With that thought in mind, the book deity teleported away. However, in an instant, a pitch-black Kylin, which was as black as a mountain, suddenly appeared and stepped down, kicking the teleporting book deity out. Puff! Severely injured, the book deity spat out a mouthful of divine blood. He turned his head and looked, and his pupils shrank sharply. This is the Kylin god of the Jojo Cavern world. You have recovered to the point where you can control your former divine body. The sacred Kylin's physical body had always been preserved in the 100-story Marshall Tower, unlike the black dog, who didn't even have a physical body. Under the continuous nourishment of Suyu's celestial energy sphere, the sacred Kylin had recovered to the middle stage prospective deity, which was enough to control its former divine body. Although it was far from being comparable to the past, it was comparable to the black dog. Suffering a serious injury, the book deity's body was even more shaky. The purple-eyed demonic god, the black dog, and the sacred Kylin surrounded the book deity. This was Suyu's final plan. This time, the book deity must pay a heavy price. Being forced into a desperate situation was similar to the scene in the world of divine remains that day. However, at this moment, the book deity did not look desperate. He showed a cold expression. Suyu, do you think you have one? This time I was careless, but next time, I will make sure you die without a burial place. Demon Cloud City Master, what are you waiting for? Boom! From the invisible sea, a magnificent and terrible divine power suddenly descended. The strength of the divine power was comparable to the all-access merchant god, who ranked second in the Great Eastern Alliance. The divine power formed an extremely overbearing tornado, sweeping away the purple-eyed demonic god and the other two, and the book deity was swept away. Suyu's eyes were cold. Want to leave? His eyes suddenly shot out 3 different colors. The 3 colors of time, space, and soul merged into one, forming a different space that locked on the book deity. The book deity, who was about to escape, was trapped, gradually separated from the tornado, and was left behind again. The purple-eyed demonic god and the other two also reacted and joined forces to attack. Chapter 1225. The divine power contained in the voice crushed most of the combined power of the 3 deities, and only a small part of it bombarded the book deity. Half of his body collapsed into a pile of flesh under the bombardment of the divine power. Suyu's dimensional space also lost its effect at this moment. The book deity finally survived and was rescued by the Demon Cloud City Master. Sensing the departure of the spectating deities, Suyu's eyes were filled with cold light. Demon Cloud City Master. No one expected that the book deity had colluded with the Demon Cloud City Master before he came here. Due to his identity as the City Master, the Demon Cloud City Master couldn't attack Suyu at will, but he could rescue the book deity. The purple-eyed demonic god sighed. This man is really cunning. He always leaves a way out. He obviously put him in a desperate situation, but he still managed to escape. The black dog and Kylin were also ashamed. The 3 of us joined forces, but we still let him escape. What a waste of your arrangements. Don't blame yourself. It's not surprising that he could escape, Suyu said calmly. He didn't expect to be able to kill him this time. The book deity escaped when the 9 deities of the Great Eastern Alliance attacked him, let alone the 3 of them. He lost at least 50% of his divine blood, and more than half of his body was destroyed. The price he paid was enough for him to not dare to attack for half a year. I have achieved my goal, Suyu said. As he spoke, he gathered all the scattered divine blood of the book deity. Roughly counting, there were about 200 drops, all of which had been forcefully beaten out of him. With so much divine blood, he could try to open the 5th dragon of the divine 9-dragon cauldron. When Suyu was collecting the divine blood, He accidentally found the broken half of the book deity's body, which was holding a glowing red book in his hand. The words Star River Scripture suddenly appeared. Suyu's pupils shrank, and he couldn't help but laugh. Book deity, you traveled the starry sky and spent so much effort on this thing, but in the end, it was all for me. This was the biggest gain of the day. This was the biggest reliance of the book deity. The purple-eyed demonic god stared at it, and his mouth twitched. He said with a wry smile, "We fought for you, but in the end, it was you who benefited. Hurry up and put it away, don't make me want to rob it." There were several god-level wild beasts sealed in this book, and the book deity wanted to summon another one. Holding this book was equivalent to holding all the godly fighters. Even the purple-eyed demonic god was tempted. If he could hand him over to his successor, why would he need to worry about his future growth? The black dog's eyes darted around and it rubbed its paws for a while before it chuckled and said, "Well, I've been lonely lately. How about lending me this scripture? If you can't stand the loneliness, you can read erotic books. If you can't stand it, you can also look at female dogs to satisfy your cravings." As he spoke, Suyu immediately hid the Star River scripture. After cleaning up the battlefield, Suyu looked at the purple-eyed demonic god. "Thank goodness you arrived in time, purple-eyed demonic god. Otherwise, the situation would have been very bad." "Haha, Sea-Watch City Lord, you're flattering me. If it weren't for your amazing skills, I wouldn't have been able to do anything to the book deity." The purple-eyed demonic god's words were not flattery but sincere. Hearing this, Suyu frowned slightly. Just now, there had been several gods observing the battle, and he had exposed too many of his techniques. "By the way," the purple-eyed demonic god suddenly said with a faint smile, "I used a little trick on my way here to conceal the aura within the jurisdiction of the Sea-Watch City. Unless some gods have eyes that can see everything in the universe better than mine, they can only see a blurry image." Suyu's face lit up. "Thank you, purple-eyed demonic god. Ha 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 ha, you're welcome. After witnessing your battle with the book deity, I feel more at ease leaving my successor in your care." The purple-eyed demonic god had made up his mind. Suyu's battle had shown him his amazing strategy, his great potential, and his astounding magical powers. The Dao Tai's eyes and the alternate space were all earth-shattering abilities. In the future, when he developed to the limit, he would definitely surpass the purple-eyed demonic god. Handing over his successor to Suyu might be an unexpected and excellent choice. "Thank you, purple-eyed demonic god. I have a presumptuous request that only you can help me with," Suyu said solemnly. The purple-eyed demonic god chuckled. "Since I've decided to help you with all my might while I'm still alive, just let me know if you need my help. Then I won't stand on ceremony." With a flip of his palm, Suyu retrieved a snow-white letter that he had already written and handed it to the purple-eyed demonic god. "I hope you can help me pass this letter to someone. I need to see her, and I need her help even more." The purple-eyed demonic god was slightly taken aback. He glanced at the name of the recipient, and his pupils constricted fiercely. "It's her." The purple-eyed demonic god looked at Suyu in disbelief. "Are you sure it's her?" "I'm not sure. If it's her, she'll respond," Suyu said. "Only you can do this. Please help me, purple-eyed demonic god." The purple-eyed demonic god held the letter in his hand and sighed after a long while. "If there are a few people in the demonic dimension that I don't want to deal with, one is the demon emperor, and the other is her. This woman is very scary. My intuition tells me that she's as dangerous as the demon emperor. However, if you insist on passing the letter to her, I'll deliver it for you." "Thank you." The purple-eyed demonic god left immediately. The black dog narrowed its eyes and stared at Suyu. "Boy, you didn't seem to relax after severely injuring the book deity. Instead, your mood has become even heavier." Suyu smiled. The black dog understood Suyu the best. With a deep sigh, Suyu said, "One book deity is already troublesome. If 7 more deities come, it'll be an unsolvable deadlock." "You mean, the other 7 deities will cooperate with the book deity to deal with you together?" The black dog shook its head. "It's unlikely. There must be a lot of conflict between the 7 great city masters. It'll be as difficult as ascending to heaven to unite them." Suyu said, It'll be different if there's the book deity. If I were him, I'd use an irresistible reason to gather the 7 great city masters together to deal with me together. What reason? The black dog was surprised. To purge the emperor's side, Suyu said solemnly. Therefore, I have to go into seclusion and try to break through the mortal fairy realm to achieve a qualitative change in my strength. Otherwise, once the other party strikes, I'm likely to die without a burial place. The book deity wasn't scary, nor were the 7 city masters who had a lot of conflict. However, if the two joined forces, it would be too terrifying. The only thing he could do now was to arrange as many backup plans as possible to deal with the fatal blow. In the demon cloud city, the book deity, who only had half of his body left, had completely lost the image of a refined scholar. Even his temperament had become gloomy. After being repeatedly defeated by Suyu, the book deity's mentality had changed dramatically. Demon Cloud City Master, Suyu will be a big threat to you in the future. I didn't get to kill him just now. With all due respect, you may regret it one day. The Demon Cloud City Master, who was surrounded by demonic energy, snorted. Do you think I don't want to kill him? You killed my emissary in public and humiliated me. However, if I attack a city master, although I can kill him, the royal family will be alerted. At that time, I'll be more miserable than him. The book deity's eyes shone with shrewdness. He just wanted to test the Demon Cloud City Master's attitude towards Suyu. Well, as long as he had the intention to kill Suyu, it would be fine. If the city master wants to kill Suyu, I have a plan that will definitely tear Suyu into pieces. Moreover, it will fulfill your wish. The book deity said slowly. The Demon Cloud City Master narrowed his eyes. Fulfill my wish. Tell me, what is my wish? To order the nobles by force. Boom. A few thunders suddenly flashed in the sky, which was caused by the killing intent of the Demon Cloud City Master. If the city master is willing to adopt this strategy, you can become the actual ruler of the Jingyu realm. The killing intent of the Demon Cloud City Master faded a little, and he said calmly, tell me about it. Unite with the other 6 city masters and attack the Sea-Watch city. The Demon Cloud City Master's expression was calm. 7 cities besieging 1 city. What's the reason for the royal family not to intervene? The reason is to get rid of the nobles and restore order. The book deity's eyes became very gloomy. Announce to the public that Suyu has controlled the 9th princess, who is seriously injured, and intends to seize the entire Jingyu realm. The 7 city masters heard the news and came here to rescue the king, get rid of the nobles, and restore order. Such a reason is fair and above board. Even the royal family can't say no. You can take the opportunity to control the 9th princess, order the nobles by force, and become the secret ruler of the Jingyu realm. The Demon Cloud City Master's eyes shone brightly as he stared at the book deity. How can you be sure that the other 6 city masters are willing to form an alliance? The hatred between them is not small, and it is not easy to form an alliance. It is almost impossible to persuade them. The existence of contradictions is only because of different interest. What if they have common interests? The book deity smiled faintly. The Demon Cloud City Master said slowly, you mean, let them have the opportunity to order the nobles by force? Yes. Humans are ambitious. As city masters, they have sent envoys to the Sea-Watch city to bring back the 9th princess. It is obvious that they have ambitions that cannot be concealed in their heart. It is just that they have no proper reason to act because of their status. Now, with such a reason to get rid of the nobles, there is no need to persuade them. They will naturally form an alliance with each other to attack the Sea-Watch city together and fight for the control of the 9th princess. Among all the city masters, the Demon Cloud City Master is the strongest and has the most advantage. By then, won't the 9th princess fall into your hands? After listening, the Demon Cloud City Master did not speak for a long time. He stared at the book deity for a long time and said slowly, my intuition tells me that you are a sinister person who makes me feel threatened and wants to strike first. However, I admire your strategy very much. Hearing the laughter of the Demon Cloud City Master, the book deity showed a cold smile. Suyu, it seems that you can't escape this disaster. The 7 cities joined forces to attack the Sea-Watch city together, and the outcome was set. As Su Yu expected, the situation was tilting in an unprecedentedly dangerous direction. What awaited Su Yu was the biggest disaster since he entered the demonic dimension. Su Yu, who was in seclusion, also felt the existence of the disaster. He had been in seclusion for a month. After being cleansed by many resources, his all creations cultivation had reached the level of infinite completion. He had touched the barrier of the mortal fairy. It was expected that it would not be easy for him to break through the mortal fairy realm. The aura of the disaster was faintly discernible, reverberating in Su Yu's heart, making him feel slightly uneasy. This was because the disaster with this aura seemed familiar,